Okay, I'm going to try to clean up the history and stuff. There's a mess of videos there. No one will find this yet, probably until it gets cleared out. But I just started this again and discovered after some time that my headset had timed out. I need to change the settings. Apparently, it's defaulting to timeout much quicker than it normally does. Anyways, making some quick. Um, so this part here is kind of a part two, but it's not a part two because the subject has changed based on what I discovered in what was the part one. And I just had to interject a chance to take a break, check on my son and everything. I hate that the whole evening's going to this without even getting this video gone through full time yet, but it's kind of critical to get the perspective. And anyways, where we're picking up here is I think I finally figured out what is, figured out why she's made this video. Um, uh, she mentions in the video different parts, and I don't think we're there just yet, but talking about her name being Buzz or something like that, and I think she's trying to go on offense as a form of defense. She's just had a relatively successful grift getting bailed out of the situation with the scriptures thing. She got some attention from that, subject of a lot of videos. Anyways, there's potential to have some inroads throughout this whole Hebrew fruit movement. And so, you know, I think she's obviously needing another grift apparently, based on this video and everything that's going on. It looks like she's alleged to have had a raw from the Hebrew roots thing, and it looks like that is kind of a grifting organization. But I know from experience that it would be very wrong of me to assume that everything meets the eye just as it was. Tricia is a shady character, has her own agenda when she does stuff. I don't care how many people the Hallelujah Scriptures has burned through, how frequently they do it. It doesn't change who Tricia is. And I guarantee you, they didn't just randomly decide this person that's doing so great at this has to go quickly. There was stuff going on. And so, yeah. In some form or fashion, Tricia was being testy right back or something like that. Their time there was way too short for just simply being people that burn out and had had enough. Sounds like some of their spending wasn't quite adding up to what was the plan. Like it's it's questionable what the actual plan was for some of the spending and accounts that they had access to, for one. But anyways, I digress. There is more to that story, but either way, Tricia needed. She was. She benefited from Bosman's investigation / agenda regarding the Hallelujah Scriptures. So that and then at the same time, whatever actually did go down with Adam Fink and that part of the Hebrew fruit movement, Tricia was needing another plan. and she's needing people to buy into some kind of persona that they're going to have compassion for. They got to have some reason why they'll dig in deep to help her out, help her find something good, and get some inroads to continue to take her. Anyways, so, I mean, I don't like to live. I don't want to live that way. I don't want to sit there. I don't understand. It's so much easier just to get yourself into a stable situation and have things within a reasonable realm of personal control. But Tricia likes these chaotic situations. Anything where she can somehow manipulate her way through instead of just having to do honest, responsible steps to get by. She's all in. It's weird. Um, anyways, so she's in deep here. She's got. Why is she okay? No one's ever stopped to say, where are her friends? Where's the rest of. Why doesn't she have any? I mean, she's got her cousin there that she's brought into the Hebrew roots, but where's her other family support? Why, and they don't talk about that in this video. They don't say why she doesn't have anyone else to call, but she does end up calling some friend from 2 states away to get Allison. She says, and why is that? Well, anyways, long story, less long. I believe whatever led to the involvement of mental health facilities, not once but twice, became a threat to Tricia. Something came to light that was not good for her to have come to light. So she's trying to get ahead of that to carve out a space for herself where she can be believed and Adam is discounted and Aaron discounted to the point that she can carry on, I guess, and it works because clearly, I mean, I'm not saying that this isn't preposterous or completely out of line for either Adam or Aaron. So there you go. But still, it doesn't add up as being her priority as it sits. So, where am I going? Jeez, I'm falling out, and I got to get to this point. So, anyways, there's some reason why she's got to discredit Adam Fink and unavoidably likely, at that point likely just because unavoidable, also end up discrediting Aaron too. And had to have some reason why, you can't just randomly discredit him. You got to have some kind of reason to discredit him, and then you got to have some kind of reason why. What's better than to have it look like they have a reason to discredit you. Like, in other words, if Adam Fink had caught on to something true about her that she didn't want revealed, she's got to have some reason why she can say, that's not true, he's a liar. And somebody will say, that's not true, he's a liar. And the only way that's going to actually stick is if, for certainly the more objective people that would be considering it, but what it's going to take to make that stick is there's got to be some kind of motive for why he would be a liar. His battery died. Shoot.
Mic on. Mic feedback off.
Oh, I gotta change these settings. It's so annoying. All right. So, anyways, there's gotta be a reason why you lie, right? To really make it work. How do you discredit him if he doesn't have why? Why would he be discredited? You just randomly say you're a liar? No, you've got to put. You got to give him some reason why, his in his interest, why he would be motivated to discredit you, if you want to discredit him, as though he's discrediting you, right? So, anyways,
Charging battery.
um, and that's where this whole alleged rape of Allison comes in. Tricia's actually more the type of person to cover this up completely and entirely than to make it known. And especially in this case, she is making this publicly known about Aaron. Let's just assume it occurred. I mean, something to some extent must have happened. And then if she's really truly pregnant, which by now something should have come about of that. Maybe she's keeping a grandchild a secret from me. Wouldn't fit it past her. Seemed like somewhere I saw something about a miscarriage as well, which then calls the whole story back into doubt. Like, oh, how convenient. Have Allison be pregnant so that you mention her being pregnant and you don't think in terms of miscarriage and stuff. I mean, to say she's pregnant, then, wow, okay, that's guaranteed to reveal itself soon enough. That makes it compelling from the get-go. And then, of course, and then you realize, well, crap, liars don't have a problem with having random miscarriages either. And of course, a miscarriage could happen, but how convenient to get one in this circumstance. An abortion could happen. Tricia doesn't have any genuine character, so there's nothing that would prevent her from considering an abortion for Allison other than resources and being able to do so without other people finding out. And so that could have happened. But anyways, long story short, here we are. Let's resume this video, and I think I'm at the right spot to proceed with what I really think is Tricia's reason why she had to do this. Oops, sorry.
The hospital was very clear that she was not psychotic and that her memories were accurate, that she was age regressed to a previous age where she had a lot of trauma.
And now we have it. Okay, so hang on. I shouldn't have paused right there, but I also want to make sure that this is properly loud enough. It looks like the volume. Oh, okay. So I'm back on the. Okay, I can't really do much more on the volume there, I don't think. No. Okay, so hopefully I'll be able to boost the volume with via. Let's see, but all right. Let's see. 20 seconds back.
As he cared about me being there talking to Victoria right after I told him that I just found out that Allison was pregnant. The hospital was very clear that she was not psychotic and that her memories were accurate, that she was age regressed to a previous age where she had a lot of trauma. That's a backstory that I'm not getting into with most of you guys. Aaron doesn't even know most of it. He just knows her dad was abusive. He does not know the full details.
And that's where we stop off. So this is what's really going on. Like, this is interesting. Why would you, that clarity she's adding there, I don't see why she would make that up. if anything, it sounds to me like C was trying to explain away, or what she's been using to explain away and calling into doubt Allison's struggles for Allison herself, or to save face if anything surfaced or whatever. It sounds to me like C was put in her place with that, but they didn't know they were putting her in her place other than just correcting her like, no, they didn't, or whatever, something. Anyways, um, based on her words, let's assume that's true. That this mental health place had professional doctors absolutely adamant that she was not having any kind of psychotic breaks or anything like that. She was very much, I'm missing the right words. I've really gotten tired for this, but anyways, um, there's like no excuse for what was discovered to not be the final answer, to not serve as the discovery. Does that make sense? I don't think that makes sense. I'm really tired. Man, that just sucks. I'm getting this tired. But okay, so anyways, the bottom line is she really did abuse them in horrific ways. And if they were going to be regressing legitimately without psychosis, and there was something significant enough for that regression to occur, that regression occurred because it was taken back to her abuse. And I've got different ways to cover this. I've got a letter to my attorney that I wrote out the details. I confirmed the details with Allison after my letter was written out, sent it. It is the real deal, a really good, solid representation of what I learned. But here we go. Now, these are, I can't show these whole forms, but I can discuss this, what's on them. These are the reasons for seeking mental health services for each of the kids. As of March 10 of 2016. Now, okay. So, there's a few things to keep in mind. These intakes, the information was provided by the kids and by their stepmom, Rebecca, who has since passed. So, here's a letter from, this is a picture that Olivia made. I know it won't be the best image. This is a photocopy of it. Shoot, I didn't know it wasn't gonna, there we go. Anyways, her name's there, but those are your last words by liars. I hope you have fun there. Oh, okay. Her last words were, "Bye, liars. I hope you have fun there." So Tricia said to the kids, "Bye, liars. I hope you have fun there." And me crying, mean you, get to bed, liars. That was Olivia made this of her own volition. At some point after I had her back, I don't know when that came around, but okay. Anyway, there's a lot. So there's something else I was going to show, but let's just get into it. Allison's reason. Allison has been really depressed. Mom abandoned them 4 years ago and has had no contact since that time. She had been emotionally abused by Mom for the last year. Before that time, Mom was reportedly involved in a cult and was subjected to, Allison was subjected to pulling weeds all night and sleeping in a van. She has been hearing voices that she says are two people battling in my head. The voices are arguing whether she is pretty or ugly. She needs someone to talk to. For Olivia, Olivia has a history of abuse and neglect by bio mom. Remember, I wasn't the one providing this information. She struggles with self-esteem. She tries to avoid confrontation, and sometimes lies to avoid this. She holds in her feelings until she is so frustrated that she throws fits, stomping up the stairs, screaming and crying. She needs constant redirection. She is very impulsive and fidgety at home. She has pressured loud speech. Her hearing has been tested. She is in speech therapy at school. She makes fantastic grades at school and is able to control herself at school. She reports having some hallucinations of her bio mom in the closet, causing her fear and worry. Ethan. Client was reported to be abused, neglected by bio mom for a period of 8 months, ending approximately 1 to 1.5 years ago, when his father regained custody. Client has trouble falling, staying asleep, recurrent nightmares. He has feelings of worry, fear at night. He does very well in school and has no behavior issues at school. At home, family reports he is the peacekeeper, always trying to avoid conflict, or will give in and apologize first in all situations to avoid a fight. Okay, so I honestly didn't realize he was having trouble. I didn't know about his nightmares, to be honest. But his behavior was great, and he seemed well adjusted. Ethan was definitely the best in the bunch in so many regards like that. I mean, I honestly did not have favorites, and I knew their quirks. I didn't choose who I liked better or more. I loved them as they were. Quirks were not ever a consideration as to where they stood against one another. It just, I don't know. I don't even know. I just never crossed my mind. Even if they were challenging, it wasn't. We just met the challenge. I didn't sit there and well, I don't have to do this for Ethan, and it wasn't like that. All right. So Clinton recently has been remembering some of the abuse he went through with his bio mom, and we want him to have a place to talk about that. Clinton frequently admitted that his bio mom picked him up by the ears and carried him. She locked him outside and made him pray aloud to let him back in the door. Client has impulse control, crying fits, and breaks down during chore time, and when asked to participate in family activities. Clinton is a straight A student at school, no problem paying attention or getting along with friends. Okay, so gives an idea of what they were getting official, real deal help for. No cult leader necessary to sneak him in while they were just left there due to a lack of responsibility on anyone's part. And here is a letter. This is the best documentation I have of the abuse as I learned about it from the kids. This is a letter to my attorney. Stacy, I want to thank you again for your concern for my children and for taking my case. This weekend I have learned more from them concerning the extent of the abuse they were suffering. I don't even know where to start. It makes me very angry, to say the least. I want to pursue counseling for Allison at the very least, but possibly all of my children, if for nothing else, just to be certain we know everything they have been through. Of course, my schedule has been tight enough, so I would want to be able to pursue this voluntarily, not by court order. They are all doing very well, and now I better understand why they have adapted so well. The first thing I learned was that Allison, for quote lying, end quote, was made to sleep alone outside all night on multiple occasions, twice in a tent and several times in the van, and included once on a very windy night where she had to leave the windows open because it was hot. One night she was so scared in the van and was screaming so loud that they could hear her from inside the house and let her in about 5 a.m. Okay. And then Allison did not tell me about this. My boys did while they were with me on Friday and they ran errands. When I asked Allison about it that evening, Olivia was the first to enthusiastically confirm what the doctor confirmed what the boys had said. Allison then confirmed it and opened up about it, and Tricia had told her that if she told anyone about these things, she would be lying, and that she, Allison, would never be able to see her, Tricia, again. And I have the what was considered possibly the last the last conversation between Tricia and the kids. I let her speak on the phone, not knowing that she was going to go on the lam like she did. Simple maintenance. Good grief, I am really tired. I'm getting okay. I found out that Allison was constantly in trouble. She was kept away from her siblings and not allowed to play hardly ever. Okay. She was kept away from her siblings and not allowed to play hardly ever. On the few occasions she was finally done with her punishment and out of trouble, it was short-lived. Usually her trouble was lying, and apparently usually her trouble was lying, and apparently she was accused of lying for anything and everything. She recalled one day where throughout the day she was being accused of lying about a razor that Summer could not find. Allison stuck to the truth that day, and the razor was finally found. Sometimes she gave up under the pressure and told them what they wanted to hear, so she would get punished for stuff she didn't do just because the alternative was for them to never stop trying to get her to admit to it, apparently. All right, her other punishment was pulling weeds and stickers. This started as 15 minutes a day, and then it became an hour every day. And it became an hour every day. Then it became, and then it changed to she had to fill up a tub, probably a 5-gallon bucket, and then it became 2 tubs. If she wasn't done at the end of the day, she would get more punishment. At first, she was fluffing up the tubs, but Tricia caught on and made her pack it in. Allison would get punished more if any sticker plants were left
Charging battery.
in the area that she was working on. She would get in more trouble for taking breaks, like if she was distracted by watching the ducks or calling them over to pet them, etc. She was even in trouble for stopping to pull stickers out of her thumb because her gloves were torn. Allison was made to eat a pan of quinoa. Apparently Tricia and Summer had bought this to make salads, etc. Allison liked it when it was properly seasoned, but did not like it plain and with just a little salt. So for lying, she was punished with a big pan. I asked her to show me what size, and she picked out a 3-quart saucepan. Big oven that she had to finish before she could eat anything else. The first pan was about half full. It took her a week or more to finish it. She was down to what she pointed out as half an inch left in the pan, and asked Summer if she could pour it out and have fresh because it was yucky. She said Summer lied to Tricia about how much was left, and they punished her by making her another pan full to the very top that she had to eat. She did not get to eat with the other children. This pan of quinoa was left in the fridge with a plate on top for her to eat whenever she was hungry. She hated the stuff plain. Okay. And on the second pan, she was getting sick and throwing it up. She was told that throwing it up was demonic and wasteful. They wait a minute. Look. Did I completely backtrack? Okay, so anyways, all the children collaborate Allison's story. All right, Ethan tried to sleep with Allison one night outside to comfort her, but was not allowed. All the children at various times were punished for lying by having all day time out where they had to lay in their beds all day without talking or playing or anything, but they could not get up for lunch. Well, Allison, during Sukkot, a festival that this past year occurred the first week of October, was locked in her mom's room at night. This is the Festival of Booths. That is a week-long festival that is celebrated by staying in a tent, or sukkah, just as a non-permanent structure. Tricia and the kids slept in the van. Another family joined them at the house. Summer and Zach's kids stayed in a camper, and Summer and Zach stayed in a tent. The October 1st court date for the protective order occurred during this. When Tricia did not allow me to see my children, Allison was locked in a room alone at night in the house for a week. She was given a bucket in case she had to use the bathroom, so she said that she had to use the bucket twice. One time she was so glad because Ethan beat on the door so much that the lock came out, one of those screw-in hook and loop latches, and she was able to anyways, yeah. Wow, man, I can't believe it just falling out like that. It sucks. All right, so anyways, the whole week the adults were only in the house to cook on 2 days. When Allison was not locked in the room, she was outside picking weeds. This is the same festival that Tricia slaughtered 3 ducks for herself to have meat for the festival that met their religious views. And all the children at various times were made to wear a liar hat, and that was a hat made out of paper, out of a paper bag filled with trash taped all over it, and it has the word hat on the front. Okay, so, wow. Okay, all the children at various times were made to wear a liar hat. That was a hat made out of paper, trash. Okay, Allison had to wear the bag taped with trash taped all over it and the word liar on the front. Allison had to wear hers pretty much every day, and the boys told me hers had the most trash on it. The boys each were punished by having to stand outside on the porch because it scared them. Once after dark, Ethan was allowed in when a large dog ran out of the woods. During the 7.5 months of isolation, only Allison ever left the house. She got to go to Sam's once, but she had to wear her liar hat and boys' clothes. She was made to follow them from a distance in the store, and Allison said some people laughed and others were told that Allison was a very rebellious child. In the parking lot, Summer locked the doors and started the car and started to back out of the parking spot as if to leave Allison alone in the parking lot with her liar hat on. She said she was teasing. Also, Zach described to Allison knowing pagan people who had blood knee deep in their house. and they ate humans, mostly children. Zach threatened to take Allison there for lying. And Tricia told Allison that she, her siblings, and I were all pagan because we were liars. When Allison was scared about animals coming from the woods to attack and eating her, or scared of that while having to pick weeds, Tricia told her that it would be one of the first things to happen to liars at the beginning of the plagues. Obviously, this is a lot, and I didn't cover all of it. Allison was clearly the biggest target. Now, I did press to find out if anyone else ever touched them, spanked them, etc. It appears that no one else was hands-on with physical punishment, but they were all aware of the abuse. Summer apparently pushed for it, and if she wanted Allison punished, all she had to do was make an accusation to Tricia. Now, out at that house, there were several old galvanized water tubs for cattle that were used by Zach as burn barrels. These were at least 10 feet in diameter, 2 feet tall. Allison had one of them filled to overflowing with the weeds and stickers she had picked as her daily punishment. And thank you again for, there's even more. I learned all this, learned all this weekend. Prior to learning this, it was bad enough that I learned that she had started spanking the girls with 7 swats at a time with their pants down, and the boys with 5 swats each with their pants down. Thank you again for your help. Clearly what has happened here is criminal. I just want my children safe and protected from further harm. I'm confident we're on track to do that. Finally, I proofread this with Allison and made some corrections. She asked me on her own to thank you for your help, and she wanted to be the very last thing. So again, I thank you. Sincerely, James. So that was my letter to my attorney when I learned about the abuse. And I'm really tired right now, so I don't know if I'm just being tired because it did not sink in or what, but I felt like it was even more detailed than that. Okay, so again, we're going there because in this video she alludes to Allison being age regressed and something, and how clear the counselors were, the report was from this mental health facility that Allison was not suffering from psychosis, meaning whatever was bothering her, she was recounting or whatever was very true. And as we have here, she says she's not going to go there. But she then
had a lot of trauma.
hints that it was
That's
overbeing.
a backstory that I'm not getting into with most of you guys.
Okay.
That she was age regressed to a previous age, psychotic, and that her memories were accurate. That she was.
Let me get that. Okay, so
I just found out that Allison was pregnant. The hospital was very clear that she was not psychotic, and that her memories were accurate. That she was.
Well, Allison would know whatever her memories
to a previous age,
but
where she had
she's
a lot
not
of trauma.
telling us.
That's a backstory that I'm not getting into with most of you guys.
Okay. If anybody knows her,
Aaron doesn't even know most
she
of
doesn't
it. He just knows
hesitate
her
to try to throw me
family,
under the
so
bus
he does
wherever
not
she
know the full
can.
details.
So
And at first I was defending him, Aaron, because I thought that he's a similar size to her dad, same height, red hair.
So listen, Adam, maybe Aaron, but I think she just mixed up their names a little bit earlier. I think it's Adam that was responsible for Allison going to a mental health institution. Apparently, for the second time, she started to say it twice, but then she somehow backtracked a little bit on him being responsible for the first time. But I don't know who else would have taken her. So whatever Allison had going on, she has not hinted at. So she mentioned she had a manic episode. So she was behaving bizarrely apparently. But she's not trying to bring any clarity to what Allison had going on of any kind. She's bringing accusations against the person that is apparently responsible for her going to this mental health clinic. And yet somehow she's accountable for reporting what they actually said. It's just because Adam knows what was said too. She's trying to, if I knew, usually if I've dealt with her, I've known the truth, and then she's trying to tell some kind of lie, and I can tell simply by comparing the two what she's up to and the path that she's choosing out of the truth and stuff. In this case, I don't know the insider scoop. I just know historically who she is, and that I know that what she's doing here would not, this video she made, she would not have gifted me with if she didn't have to. And as soon as I can figure it out, what is behind this strange oddity, what's driving this whole thing, that's when I will be able to discern from the rest of it what's true, what isn't, to pretty good, solid impression. But anybody that knows, or anybody that watches the rest of this video and just pays attention, there's no hesitation to throw me under the bus. It's just there's nothing gained in this particular case, because guess what? Whatever they took her to this mental health hospital, for whatever reason, Allison did not go there having daddy issues more than 5 years since last seeing me in person. She's not there. Tricia's not alleging that people were drugging Allison because Allison was having daddy issues. She's alleging people were drugging Allison because something about what Allison was really somehow. She needs to discredit Allison without discrediting Allison. So Allison can't help it. And she's probably got to discredit Allison to Allison without discrediting Allison to Allison directly. And this would not be the first time. And I'm going to show you I'm going to show you something here just a moment. I've got the other video queued, ready to go. In fact, I'm ready to switch over to it, I think. I don't know where she continues on here, but let's just have that covered. This isn't about Allison having daddy issues. She's not compelled to tell us what try to warn people about Adam and broadcast about Aaron for fear that someone might catch on to daddy issues about me. I'm sure I've been thrown under the bus in the darkest and most direct and horrible possible ways that they could come up with, especially when they have the freedom of believing they're talking to somebody who's never going to get a word edgewise with me, or ever, that nothing's ever going to flag something contrary. But if Allison was having a mental health crisis completely free of Tricia, and the truth came out there, then yes, suddenly Tricia's got a problem, and here she is, homeless, out of control, no vehicle, no license, just a complete total failure of a person, needing to be able to fleece the flock, have sympathy for people, have people think that her failures are all due to her devotion to, the Hebrew Fruits movement. And she needs all that, right? And now, the last place that Tricia wants her daughter or any of her children is with professional mental health people. I don't know how convincing this is to the public at random, but let's get on to the next video. So I just gotta hide this. Sorry. And I'm getting like zombie level tired all of a sudden. This is really quite a mental roller coaster for me, as well as I had to deal with something else that is actually the reason I discovered this. So the state of Arkansas made a mistake that really put me in a really interesting predicament, seemingly for a few days. Got that resolved today, but that is what caused me to discover this shit. The last thing I'm trying to do right now is dig up anything regarding Tricia. But this was discoveries I needed to make. And now it's probably time to go on the offensive, because now I have this video here is so concrete. And the fact that it's collaborated by these other videos from other people. They don't even know what they were collaborating, and I don't but I don't think, we'll have to find out. Are they probably have their own agendas, but do they want to like totally erase what they were accomplishing for their own beef with the Hallelujah scriptures to help protect this closeted, narcissistic, demonic abuser of children and railroader, the fleecer of the flock? She's left so many people destroyed in her wake, and it doesn't matter what religion you're in. It just matters whether or not your destruction is to her advantage. And I've got, yeah. Remember, look at how devoted she claims to be, and yet who knows anything about her past? She just pops about her. I mean, not that you know a lot about anybody's past, but really though, I mean, who is she? She popped up, and somehow, she's been bailed out after being a postal person or whatever for the Hallelujah scriptures. Okay, let's see. But she's making a video about Adam Fink. Now, a lot of people there's already, why what's his face made his video. He was bold enough to make his stand, to make his case right there in the midst of that meeting and stand among those people right there in their presence while stating he was going to be posting that online. He didn't just pop up as some random coward with a witness testimony on their channel that had no other content like Tricia did. Tricia out of nowhere, like, blink, I really need to make this video. But there's 1,000 views on this. Oh yeah, well I see in the comments, like, so she created this video, then like dropped some links in on a Sabbath page or something. So I mean, Tricia was ready. This is Tricia trying to start some shit. Clearly, that's not what's his face did. There's so many names I'm learning here. People I don't know, don't care to know too much about. But anyways, he's the main guy behind this. Anyways, I don't need to explain it. Those to whom it is interesting to, good God, okay, I gotta get, all right, I'm trying to hide this. And now look at this. This is my kitchen table that I still have to this day. That's a Windows phone that I still have to this day. Not that it get used for anything. And these are the kids at home. This, actually, let's see, what is this? Oh, okay, so I'm looking at OBS for a lot of this stuff, but I gotta actually go find its location and where it's actually open. Oh, how convenient. This is named MVI_4666.move. That's the OC. Fitting. Because it was the devil calling. But I was trying to see what, anyways. I don't know. Hang on. May 27th, 2016 was the day it was modified. And I'm pretty sure that this means this was on Tricia's birthday. Wow. What are the odds? Of 2016. And there's more to this. I can prove, like, this is one of her first contacts. This is after the kids counselor gave us the recommendation to make sure everything was recorded and how to balance things out. Or this was the call that led to Allison may have ended up having nightmares most of this night. That led to, anyways, I've got text exchanges there. Well, here, let's play it. Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Yes. How was your week?
Good.
Good.
Good. I'm glad. Well, I have some good news. Hey, Rosie, remember last week when you mentioned wanting couldn't on my phone?
Yeah.
Well, Nani and Papa, my mom and dad, sent me a tablet that they had that they weren't using, and it does have Skype. So now I have that,
The
and
woman
I
is
have
a
an account on there
stepmom
that made sure it was
since
working and everything,
deceased.
so we can do that.
Who has apparently had a part in convincing the kids that the stuff they're going to be raising with their
Anyways, I
mom did
wanted
not
to tell you
occur.
that I got it in the mail yesterday.
And she didn't know she had cancer yet in this video.
Today we went to the Dollar Tree.
Huh?
Today we went
27th.
to the Dollar Tree.
This is
Today, I heard today you went, that's all I heard.
We went
about
to the Dollar Tree.
roughly 3 months before
Oh,
she
to
was
the Dollar
diagnosed.
Tree, okay. What'd you get?
A helicopter and a
Present
bell,
for somebody.
water bottle, raisins, and we also went to Claymont and I got Smarties.
And you got what?
Smarties.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because I'm smart.
Fun.
Stop that.
What was that?
Matthew making unnecessary racket.
Well,
What's a
these
racket?
little- That's what they do.
Yeah. Try to keep him quiet.
You think it makes no sense. I know.
Stop it.
What kind of helicopter did you get, son?
Hot Wheel, toy one, not a real dash slide. That would be great.
Oh, like a little one, like a Hot Wheels size?
Yeah.
Cool.
And then I got a Hot Wheels size boat.
Awesome.
I really love boats.
I got the stuff that Nani and Papa sent to you too. They sent it to me with the tablet, so I'm gonna mail that.
Can you tell us what they are?
What?
Can you tell us what they are?
Well, I could, but wouldn't it be better if it was a surprise?
Yeah.
I guess.
The honey that you got us was really good. The honey strolls. Really?
Only one of you tell me, because when y'all tell me, I can't understand.
That honey that you got us. What?
Oh, the honey stick?
What? Yeah. What?
No.
What about it?
It was really good.
Yeah, those are yummy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that at the health food store. I got the pistachios at the place where I work. I didn't even know they made little packages like that. When I saw them, I was like, oh, my kids will love those.
They do.
Did you like the soap?
Yeah.
I only used it once.
I used it
The
once.
kids
too.
who are in stable, secure homes, straight A students,
Yeah.
and I'm the one that provided that and would continue to provide that.
And it's not the girls.
Never failed to provide that for them. And now they've been homeless how many times now? Now Allison's allegedly been raped,
Rosie soap for Rosie.
had
And Rosie
psychotic breaks, been drugged, all this chaos. And they're getting
I
the,
didn't think the boys
dropouts.
would smell like roses.
essentially,
Did you guys have storms? Because we had 6 storms today.
No, we had none today. We had none storms today.
None storms?
What?
Zero cents.
No, I don't want
You what?
Oh, that was bad.
Matthew. That was Matthew. I was telling him to be quiet. He said, I don't want you to talk.
No, he said I'm trying to talk.
Oh,
Trying to talk. What?
30 seconds. So it's
It's 5 Today we went to the dump.
Not the bad kind, the good kind, I guess.
Did you get my messages?
What?
Did you get the messages I sent you?
Is this Allison?
Yes.
Yes, I was trying to piece them together while I was waiting for the phone call because I knew it was you. That's what I did answer some of it because you asked how I knew it was you. Well, one of them said, sincerely, Allison Marie, but there wasn't much else in there, so I knew that it was something that was from you, but I couldn't, it was all broken up with a few words here and there, all mixed up, so.
Well, I'm
That's what
gonna
I was
ask
trying
you.
to piece
I had some questions for you, and I was just gonna ask. I'm gonna ask you them on the phone, so none of it's breaking up.
You're gonna ask it what?
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Yeah, you can, I just sent an answer before the phone call saying that, any and all of the questions, I want to answer, I want to talk with you, but I feel like that going with a counselor will be the best for everybody.
Well, my counselor is she's here to help me, and she told me that she was only gonna be there to help you. She can't help you because she's there to help me. She's my therapist, so.
Yeah, definitely, that's what they're there for, and, yeah, it's not for her to help me, but just to be there for you, and to be there for answers. I don't.
Can I just ask you these questions now?
Right, on our phone call, I thought one of the messages said that you were going to not take the time away from the other children during the 10 minutes.
If I'd give extra if you get real about some of this stuff, but
He's gonna give extra if you let me ask you the questions.
Here's the thing. I don't want to have, honestly, I do not want to have your dad involved or around during any of it because we are actually required to not make any negative comments about the other parent in front of the children. And that's why I want professionals involved, counselors, or if you don't want that counselor, we can get another counselor who is maybe more specialized in this kind of an area. If your counselor is not, I don't know if
Tricia, I already know what took place. Just answer the questions.
I'm just gonna go ahead and bring it back to the kids now.
But what I'm telling you is that I'm not going to answer anything with your dad involved. And there's reasons for that because I know that from some of his texts, there's been a lot of major allegations made, just like you also had made some major allegations against him when you were still with me, saying he had done some really horrible things. And it's just best if a professional is involved and not the other parent in any way.
Well, this is what's stopping progress.
It's healthier, it's more productive. That way we can work through any problems and move forward at the same time. And everybody will be safe and feel safe and get to say what they need to say.
I'm just gonna turn it back over to the kids. They're trying to tell you something.
We're not trying to tell you something.
Who's trying to tell me something?
The kids were.
Huh?
Nobody. We were talking to Allison.
Oh, okay. It sounded like Allison said that the other kids were trying to tell me something.
She did. She did. Yeah, well, she left now.
But we're past the 10 minutes, so Allison left. So
What do you say?
So we're past the 10 minutes, and Allison left. I think everyone's pretty disappointed. So, I mean, obviously, if you can't even say you're sorry, you must not be, and that's pretty disappointing.
I said that I will gladly talk through a counselor.
Yeah, I know, but you're not sorry, or you could have said the words.
Another counselor.
You
but I
should
won't
say it
have
on the
any
phone
discussions
call.
with you involved, so that there's no harm done to or said about anyone, to make it the safest for everyone and to make it productive so that we can all move forward, everyone.
So if you want a
Would it hurt us if you say
reunification counselor, you're going to have to pay for one, because that's not...
What did you say, Rosie?
How will it hurt us if you're just saying sorry for what you did?
I can't understand you, hon.
How would it hurt us if you're just saying sorry for what you did?
Say sorry for what?
Everything that you did.
What did I do to you, honey?
Remember,
Well, you made us stay in our beds
for a while.
for a long time.
Yeah, I gave you timeouts on your bed when you were disobedient. Timeouts on your bed is something that's a consequence when you disobey. That's not...
And you made Allison pick weeds outside. Thorns, actually.
Having Allison pick weeds?
Thorns.
Huh?
Thorns.
Thorns.
Can't understand you.
Mommy, tell.
She's saying you had Allison pick thorns.
Pick weeds. Yeah, I did have Allison pick weeds. That was one of her punishments because I wasn't spanking anymore.
But you still spanked us a lot.
Rosie, I had stopped spanking you completely, and Allison did have to pick weeds as a punishment. You had to sit in timeout in your bed for a punishment when you would disobey, but that was I wasn't spanking you.
I remember because one time you made us go outside to pick up the yard. Then you called everybody else in and left me outside, and then you didn't let me eat dinner and you spanked me.
Rosie, I do not remember ever doing that. You didn't have to stay outside by yourself ever.
That's kind of a lie.
Hmm?
They're saying you're lying.
Well, not me.
Clinton.
Rosie's saying that she's not saying that.
No,
No, I'm
Ethan,
saying-
Clinton said he did not say that.
Okay, I'm not going to have this discussion with James involved. I've already
My
said
dad
that
can
I'll
be
gladly
involved.
have this discussion with the counselor, with any and all of the children.
Why can't he be involved? He's my father.
What?
Why can't he be involved?
Well,
I don't understand.
because we need professionals involved so that there are no negative comments.
Man,
Honey,
see,
you don't
relentlessly
understand.
with squirm
I
and
know a lot
squirm.
more.
You kicked him out of the house
Your
before
dad than you do.
you did all that stuff.
This is the safest and the best for everybody. And I don't understand why it's not okay to talk with a counselor, but you want to talk on our 10-minute phone call about it, but you don't want to talk with a counselor. Somebody who knows about these things that can actually help move forward. That's the best for everybody.
This is way over 10 minutes.
Right, well,
This is
What do you say,
the.
Rosie?
It's way over 10 minutes. This is the.
I can't understand you, honey.
she doesn't want to tell her lies in front of somebody that knows the truth. That's what it is.
What I was saying.
That's a disparaging comment, right?
Well, you know what? You should stop lying.
I'm not lying, James.
You've been full of lies in this whole process. I haven't hid these kids from you, and they know they haven't been hidden from you. I know they've been in public school at their house that you quit calling.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up now because this is exactly
Yes, you really
why I
should,
don't wanna talk
'cause
in
you
front of
should,
your dad
you
because
should.
he accuses me of lying for
Okay.
everything that I say. I love you, children, and I will talk to you next week.
Bye. Bye.
Okay?
Look it up. That's not the only video like that. I think there's more. There's some that are even clearer, but that's the kids on their own trying to get answers. Allison just wasn't prepared for it. In the summer, I think I do have a copy of the messages that she sent or composed to send or something like that. So, anyways. I'm losing track of what I'm trying to do here. So, what am I missing? Why am I? I'm trying. Oh wait. Well, now I'm turning that off. I've got nothing else on at the moment. But now I'll go back to the desktop view. Did I just close it? No, there it is. Alright, so this woman squirms to no end. She comes up with all this highfalutin, crazy stuff to defend herself. Then she's freely loose and doesn't want to, she doesn't feel like she should have to support anything she says in accusation against somebody else. This isn't everything I have, but it's quite a bit of stuff. Some fine print stuff. Alright, yeah, that's. Okay. I don't know if they're still active in the scene or not. Here's another letter. This kind of shows some what I found out while Tricia was during the abandonment. This is again to my attorney. This was dated April 19th of 2015, approximately little over a year and a month before that phone call occurred. Stacy, I found the number for Sherry Milligan, who moved Tricia, Summer, and Zach to Montana. We spoke for a long time. She's actually a good, sincere person. Within a month, they knew that Tricia, Summer, and Zach had to go. They didn't just kick them out. They offered to get them wherever they needed to go, they even on a plane to Texas if they would. They did not go when told. They attempted to stay anyways, but then they did leave suddenly, but did not take all of their things. Sherry and her husband rented a storage unit and moved their remaining possessions themselves for them. She said, Tricia serves as Summer's slave and seems to like it, she said. When I started telling her of the abuse, that she had heard of everything. Oh, I forgot that. I asked who told her, and she said they did. Tricia and Summer told her everything and apparently felt justified. She said, Tricia is very sick, or at least that is what I should tell my children. Tricia says me and them were pagan and evil, and that Tricia has essentially put us in a box, closed it tight, and acts as if she never was married and did not have children. Sherry would be willing to talk if it would at all be helpful. She definitely says I should move on and move the kids on as best as I can, and that abandonment or stripping of parental rights would be the best way to go, although there is no sign that she would even be trying to contact them ever in the future. However, as circumstances change, she could too, and not for the better. We want them protected fully. Still, it is clear that as crazy as she is, Tricia can make as normal an impression as ever. What she has done is too bizarre for anyone to comprehend, and she never needs to have those children in her care. If something were to happen to me, she does not need to be the one who gets them. She could fool any court-appointed supervisor if she desired and get unsupervised visitation with ease. Gets it even easier when the lawyer fails to put it into the decree, as what happened. I have little doubt, had I not got them, they would be dead by now, or with complete strangers subjected to who knows what. Tricia is not only using Abigail Yasharel on Facebook, she is using that as her name in person. Sherry Milligan's phone number is 406-438-5108. I seriously doubt that's doxing her at this point. That's going back quite a few years. They are no longer in Montana. It has been a year since they lived with them, but she did confirm his employment, that's Zach James' employment at Natural Grocers, as I had discovered. That employment was still valid as of November of 2014 because he was quoted in a newspaper article about turkeys for Thanksgiving. If you don't want me to be stupid, please get something done. I sent messages to several people that could be a bit risky on my part, but I feel they must be warned. And I am attaching something my daughter Olivia wrote showing where her last, so this is where that note I showed from Olivia, showing where her last words from her mom were, goodbye liars, have fun. My girls were on the subject of their mom and would not get off of it. It is insanity that we do not still have closure. Had I been a woman lying on a protective order and my husband missing a hearing, this would not be the case. When do I get justice? Default judgment is not enough. The time for that was before I knew what I know now. Let's do this for the children and do it right. Can the child support attorney do anything? I contacted DHS and nothing. I don't know where to turn, but I will figure it out. I'm trying to let you do your job, but if I need to drive there and meet with the judge myself, I will. If I need to dismiss there and start something here, I will. The only reason there's jurisdiction in Caddo is because she started it there. I just need something done for real. Thanks, James. And me trying to get something done. Like I said, it took 3 years to get something done, and then it was flubbed at that. Okay. And then there's other stuff to my attorney as I figured stuff out. Anyways, it just can't be left in limbo for years on years and not try to figure out what the other person is up to. And I really all it did was allow me to know what I couldn't get any support for. Anyways, okay, so, all right, I'll let this play on.
Long beard. Same height and weight. Wears the same type of jacket.
Oh, trying to say that I
thought
look
maybe
so
he
much
was
like,
accidentally triggering her. That is what I thought until I spoke to the head nurse and I was faced with the proof and then gave her a pregnancy test myself. Aaron never once asked anything about DNA. He completely blocked us from the time we were leaving. He had already stopped talking to me, and I was just asking for answers before because he was acting as if he had more of a right to my daughter than I did. He blocked me, as he's an admin from the Tomahawk group on Signal. He blocked me from the group for asking for help and information about my daughter. Adam knew this. Adam supported it. Adam still supports Aaron. The minor items that I brought forward in a Matthew 18 process with Adam and Aaron, Adam was supposed to be mediating. He did not mediate. Aaron didn't speak hardly at all. I don't think he even said anything that time. He made some responses later, but at that time he did not. Adam was speaking on his behalf as if he was his attorney, not being a neutral party whatsoever. Never expressed concern for us, for my daughter, if we needed anything, if they could help in any way. Nothing like that. And that was a huge red flag. So on that point, I want to go back and address the lies that I heard.
With a huge red flag, it's just consistently nothing she says here makes any sense as something that just the way, no, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't sound to me like somebody that's her reactions, her statements, her priorities throughout this don't sound like somebody that's livid that their daughter was raped. The stuff that she says about Aaron's response doesn't seem to add up to the severity of the accusation. And then her reaction to her trying to talk about how, like, it's supposed to be she's surprised that he's more concerned about her speaking with his wife after talking about Allison being pregnant than concerned about whatever was shaken down at the house. Is like, how do you not? I mean, but that's supposed to be like, I don't even know how to explain how that's not. It just nothing's jiving, and that is something I've learned. I've learned it mostly from dealing with her. That people that are consistently fake and get away with it, stuff like that, they don't know how things naturally progress, and they lose touch with that, I guess, and maybe they get stuck in the usual formulas, and then the usual formula doesn't fit every situation or something. I don't know, but for whatever reason, the stuff she's saying, just the supporting details, which I guess are just there they're supposed to be serving as supporting details, aren't adding up. And maybe that's it. She's not telling a story. She's trying to make a case, but trying to make it look like she's not trying to make a case. But not trying to seem like she's desperate to make a case. Trying to maybe make it seem like the case makes itself, like she is just saying what happened, and maybe she may be trying to get people to feel like they've come to their own conclusion, but in reality she's trying to steer the way that the evidence stacks up or something. I don't know what's going on here, but just throughout this whole thing, trying to figure out exactly what's going on, trying to make some heads or tails of this. I'm just baffled by a lot of it. Like, obviously, I don't want my daughter to be raped by anybody, but if she's not protecting her, which she clearly isn't, then that's kind of what happens when a parent doesn't protect their child, and the parent that would protect their child has no ability to do so. And again, that whole situation, ultimately, the only way that Allison could be put to this situation, or was put in this situation, if it would have come about any other way, we don't know, but because she's the one that made the choices, her and her siblings, that put made Tricia their sole protector. But I hate to even say protector because she clearly is not a protector whatsoever. But she's the sole person left for those children in that role, ultimately because of their own choice to say what they said to a judge. And so we have what we have here today, that apparently something rather awful may have happened to Allison. But I can't, it's a mute point at the moment, because whatever, if ever, I'm not even trying to like defend myself against the possibility. I was livid at first, because when she first goes in saying she's pregnant, again, and I've said this other times, but that hits like, oh, pregnancy, that's going to be, that's going to be obvious. That's a long-lasting thing, and for some reason it didn't cross my mind that, well, we could just turn around and allege a miscarriage later, which might have been something that may have occurred. I don't remember where I saw that, where I think that might have occurred, but yeah. So now that's why everything's back up and down. Like if everyone was still left that she was undoubtedly pregnant, then at any moment, at some point, obviously something occurred, but it still doesn't mean that somebody violated her, but under the circumstances and everything and the shady people that Tricia was allowing to have free access to her, it's more likely than not. But this isn't a mother pissed off that her daughter was raped. You watch this whole thing, that is not what's going on here. There's not genuine emotion regarding that. There's not rage. There's not disgust. Tricia would have, on that alone, Tricia would just be trying to cover her own ass. If all that happened was that Allison was raped, Tricia would be, that's the way families like her, that's the way her family operated, that's the way she would operate. They would preserve their image. That is risky, that would be, so if she at whatever expense that could be covered up, great. But instead, she's putting it forth, but that this is supposed to be something about Adam, although the most serious allegation is against Aaron. And that's another point of confusion. How does this come back to Adam so damn much when she's the one that got Aaron into Hebrew roots to begin with? I don't know ultimately how Aaron ended up in Missouri, but she and the kids moved to Missouri to attend to talk with him before they ever came into contact with the Hallelujah Scriptures stupidity. So how's that Adam? The exposure to Aaron was brought about by Tricia deliberately, and not just at the homeless camp or whatever the hell's going on. Man, I'm sorry. There's a lot to try to keep track of. But not just at Mr. Fink's place, but also sharing the place together in Arkansas. The middle, and then in the course of this, I don't know, I don't think I'm there yet, but she will point out that this was occurring. This intertwines with the hallelujah scripture crap. This is not after the fact. My first impression of this video, especially since it came out so many months later, was that this was probably what happened afterwards, that Allison ended up there when they finally had to figure out where they were going. But instead, where they've gone is a mystery. I just found out today, I caught on at the very end, that she talks about being someplace where they're in a place that should have been condemned, apparently without electricity. And she's thanking her Hebrew fruit god for buckets, because they have buckets they get to sit in, they have buckets to use for showers, they have buckets to use for cells, and they have buckets for trash cans. Well, I can relate to buckets for trash cans. That comes in handy. I don't really think buckets for sitters is particularly exciting. And a bucket for showers, holy shit. I can't stand cold showers, and I damn sure would hate to take a shower with dirty water, which I guess is what they're having to do. How do they have water in a place that should be condemned and doesn't have electricity? They could, but since they're out in the middle of the hillbilly country or something like that, we're talking probably well water, if any water at all. I mean, I guess there's water somewhere that thankfully they got a bucket to put it in. That is fucking outrageous. That is disgusting. It's terrible. And not only that, between two GoFundMes, nearly $15,000 was raised for these two families. One of those, 4,000 of that, was strictly for a fundraiser that was only involving Tricia and the kids. That's the ones that were supposedly being supported. The other one was for Tricia and the kids and Aaron, his wife, and his kid. That one was the one that was over 10,000. And then it turns out the goal was 10,000, so it got over the goal, and that one stopped. And then, did they settle for that? Like, no, shit, this was still growing, so that's why they created another one. And they've gotten up to 14,000 something. And yet Tricia's living someplace where she's grateful for buckets. So who collected that money? But somehow that money helped deal with this situation with Allison. And remember, it's like she can do better than she's doing here. At least historically, she's done better. It's been a little bit more convincing, I'm pretty sure, unless if I'm really just that much more wiser to it. But I'm pretty sure she used to be way more convincing emotionally and stuff. I was going to probably fall for it no matter what at this point, but not very right now. Anyways, somehow she's got to make this video, but why did she have to get somebody? For some reason, I like to mention 2 states or several states away always. Like at one point, I think that was referencing where, I don't know. Well, I mean, at one point they mentioned they were several states away from their home. Arkansas is right next door to Oklahoma, so I don't know what was supposed to be their home state at that point, but I digress. But she called on somebody to bail her out, some friend, for this situation, to help her get Allison from a hospital. I don't understand. I mean, beggars can't be choosers. She has no way to transport herself around, but wherever they're at right now, they got to on their own, she mentioned. So without a licensed vehicle, without proper registration, it was close enough. It was pulled off without getting busted for not having a legal vehicle, or else it was walking distance. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're in some shed behind. But anyways, why aren't they benefiting more from that money? But, that's where that tangent picked up from. Some of that GoFundMe money apparently somehow dealt with this whole rape accusation, this whole situation. So she's referencing this apparently in those interviews, the 1 and 2 with Mr. Bossman or whatever, and seems chipper, spry as can be. She's keeping up the persona that she wants to keep up so that people will help out this energetic, devoted mother, like that's holding her head up in spite of challenges, because she's on a mission for her Hebrew fruit god. And so there you go. I mean, whatever act is required, that's the act she's going to deliver. Raped daughter be damned. That doesn't actually result in anything more real. If more real is not convenient. But for some reason, even when more real would be very convenient, in this case, in this video, she still doesn't do it. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's the fact that she's conflicted about the fact that some of her audience is probably going to be some of those people that we're helping or aware of the Hallelujah Scriptures nonsense, and some of it's going to be people from the Vineyard place. Some of it's going to be people that are pro anti-Adam, and some people are going to be anti-Adam. It's just a full-on circus. So this might be why her performance is coming in low, because as somebody that doesn't know, seeing this, knowing her, but not knowing exactly the full scope of the drama that's going on and what all is at stake, her performance here is really surprisingly pathetic. But as I discuss it more, pry deep and cover it, yeah, apparently there's a good possibility. And by the way, again, my angle for this camera is looking odd. I'm freaking, I don't have enough slack to move that over, but I'm looking at my preview. Here we go. I can make this a little bit better, I think. Kind of, sort of. Not the one I wanted, but that'll work. Okay. So this will be a little bit better. But anyways, I think that's it. I think she's putting on her performance with so many different audiences in mind that she's not sure what she should do. And she's also she's kind of jumping on a bandwagon with this to some extent too. There's a whole bandwagon started from the one guy's video that she referenced earlier on. And none of those people were bent out of shape, but none of those people were talking about their daughter that had just been raped by their cousin with Adam's blessing, like she's apparently trying to allege here. So she doesn't know what act to put on. And I can tell from her wording that the only reason she's way late to the table for this is that she didn't know what act to put on for this, but somewhere in there it was necessary to put on act. So why she actually had to, I don't know, but it sounds so far the thing that makes the most sense to me is the reason she absolutely had to is whatever was learned when my daughter ended up at a mental health hospital is what she had to try to distract people from discovering, try to keep from being the conversation. Oh, let's see, hang on.
In the Conspiracy of Silence video.
Conspiracy of Silence video, okay.
1. Adam's apology said that he was sorry that he had trusted someone who had repented. Namely, he was talking about the mother of the 6-year-old boy. That he had trusted her to be monitoring him properly, and that there had been repentance over the things that had been done. That is not true. I was there for 2 months.
So some of these I make my points and I forget where we left off. I don't know, so to me this is a jump. I don't remember how
the little boy was hardly ever.
So somehow Allison's situation is off the table again. And now she's just bringing up something that has nothing to do with her.
I knew.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Before I came to Parable of the Vineyard, before they even started living at Tomahawk, when my cousin was still, Karen was still living in what is now the kitchen, with her kids, and my cousin and his wife were sleeping in the van in the parking lot. I knew back then about the incestual behavior between her children, and I was told by Aaron that that's the reason the oldest daughter was sent away, was because it wasn't stopping. And so it was hush hush. I was told not to mention it.
So it's gossip.
And they complained
Well,
about
why
her
did she
quite a
know?
bit,
Why did that?
and blamed
Oh,
pretty much
they
everything
were mad at
on
her. So
her
Anyways,
for not
okay.
watching him. So
anyway,
this
she
was
knew in advance
before I even went there. This is what Aaron was.
and still
telling
went
me.
there.
And then when I got there, I witnessed that was a fact. And there were times I had to pull the little boy off of other children from being violent. Like,
It's so
he
weird.
busted a blood vessel in my finger because I was keeping him from kicking this little girl. And
I remember she talks about.
and when I
She
did
mentions that
report it to his
Aaron
mom, she would
has
address
other
it.
victims.
But one of the times,
How could she know about other victims unless they were before before all of
and,
this?
So that's apparently their MO there.
So
because
somehow
that happened to my daughter
She's
as well.
deciding to go there
Adam
with Aaron,
and a bunch of other men
and Aaron's bringing up.
apparently attempted to cast demons out of my daughter a couple times, even though one of the other youth members had asked Aaron specifically, please don't let the men lay hands on her. You know she already has problems with men because of her dad.
Wait a minute, who asked Aaron that?
If you're going to have them pray for her, have the women do it. And they did not. They did not have the women pray for her. Problems with men because of her dad. My daughter as well. Adam and a bunch of other men apparently attempted to cast demons out of my daughter a couple times. Even though one of the other youth members had asked Aaron specifically, please don't let the men lay hands on her. You know she already has problems with men because of her dad. If you're going to have them pray for her, have the women do it. And they did not. They did not.
That's another place where I think she may be accidentally saying Aaron when she meant to say Adam. I don't have any impression that Aaron was in charge of anything there. Why would youth leaders go to him unless he was like being put like specifically in charge of Allison, and then what the hell is Tricia doing that? So some of this stuff is getting convoluted, and I think she's just so in a hurry to tell this story that she's making up in her head as she goes that she keeps mixing up Adam and Aaron. So I don't, maybe she doesn't even know what her own agenda
Not
is.
have the women pray for her. All the men came in the camper and laid hands on her when she is age regressed in her brain from sexual assault.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, where I know that, or maybe I don't know, but I'm not surprised. There is nothing to my face, to direct text messages to me, anywhere, alleging any kind of sexual assault from me. And she doesn't say that plain out right. Well, she kind of does. She says that, she's saying that Allison is age regressed due to abuse from me. And now she's saying age regress because I'm having trouble keeping up, but the implication there, I believe, is that she is age regressed due to sexual assault from me. And I don't know if Allison collaborates this kind of stuff behind the scenes. Well, apparently Allison is supportive of this video being made. She's willing to pretend to be a different victim of Aaron's in support of a video that's saying that she's a victim of Aaron's, which I shared that comment, I guess, on the previous video that isn't clearly part one. But anyways, nothing is alleged to me directly in any shape or form that I've sexually assaulted my children. I certainly never have. But I'm not surprised that there's something that, because what they do accuse me to my face, what has got them this far to, that I'm aware of, doesn't support the level that they want to try to support right here. I am under the distinct impression that somehow Allison ended up at legitimate mental health care where some of her legitimate trauma, which is from her, not from me or anybody else, came to light. And this is a way to try to, I don't know yet. I mean, it may reshape, may form, but I think the whole point of this video, her whole reason for doing this, her whole reason to feel a need to do it when she clearly was uncomfortable, and she clearly doesn't do this normally, is to prevent more of that, to prevent discovery of that.
And she's being drugged.
Okay, let's see. Let's watch that as a whole again.
She addressed it. This daughter was sent away. It was because it wasn't stopping. And so it was hush hush. I was told not to mention it.
All right, shit.
Before I even went there, this is what Aaron was telling me. And then when I got there, I witnessed that was a fact.
Okay.
I witnessed that.
So again, I highlight that she says that Aaron has other victims, and yet she's got all these dealings with Aaron, and now here Aaron is this reliable source of this weird pedo stuff going on, incest and whatever all else is this mess is about, and she went there anyways. Somebody that she's saying that she knows has previous victims, she's gonna like collaborate with him to assess the safety of this place, or go anyways, even though that he's saying there's a problem there. How is this Adam's fault?
I had to pull the little boy.
Sounds like she had plenty of. She should have never discovered if Adam
he
was any more
busted a blood vessel
responsible.
in my finger, because I was keeping him from kicking.
Did this not get discussed till she was on the way, and there was no way to get the person driving the vehicle to hit the brake pedal? When was this discussed? She's making it clear before she got there. She knew about this stuff. If this is worth bringing up, shouldn't have been brought up when the decision was being made as to whether or not to leave their government housing at all.
Kicking this little girl, and when I did report it to his mom, she would address it. But one of the times she addressed it by attempting to cast demons out of him, and so that's apparently their MO there, because that happened to my daughter as well. Adam and a bunch of other men apparently attempted to cast demons out of my daughter a couple
Welcome
times.
to the cult life, bitch.
Even though one of the other youth,
Of course they're gonna
members
hoopla
had
hoop,
asked
hobla hoopla abra
Aaron
dabra cadabra
specifically,
stuff.
please don't let the men lay hands on
That's
her. You know
inconvenient
she already
to
has
try to,
problems
like,
with men because of her
understand.
dad. If you're gonna have them pray for her, have the women do it, and they did not. They did not have the women pray for her. All the men came in the camper and laid hands on her when she is age regressed in her brain from sexual assault.
She is age regressed because since age 14, her entire life has been built upon lies against me to justify why she chose to be fatherless. All the kids are stuck on those same lies. There's no new lies. There's been no new basis to even accuse any new lies. It's whatever they came up with back then is what they're still trying to say has not diminished one iota in terms of its impact on our relationship this whole time. They're still fatherless because of it. They're still living in chaos because of it. They're still homeless because of it. They're still dropouts because of it. They're still subjecting themselves to pedophile cults because of it. And yet, here I am at the same house, same everything. I've already had an internet presence. I haven't been addressing this stuff that often. I have on occasion. They know about my Digital Sticks account. And I've known they've known about it. I'm not hiding. People know where I'm at. Nobody knows where she's at. Why am I looking at that one again? Oh, I put up a preview here so I look better at the camera, but nobody knows where Tricia's at right now. Her failure to be findable has caused me a roller coaster, but ultimately has helped me out right now. So, more power to her for the games that she plays. My impression from this video is that she doesn't have nearly the strong intertwined with this cult that she once did. Seems like she's like before, I think she was just able to like burn one group, begin with another, burn them, begin with another, and looks to me like the daisy chain is not so strong this time around, to the point that the same game has caused her to be, as far as we know, in the middle of Arkansas without power in a building that should be condemned, with 4 kids that could be in a stable home and could have remained straight A students until they graduated high school and could have bright futures ahead of them instead of being even more disturbed than ever. Instead of having their entire lives wrecked by a bitch that they were rescued from, whose damage they were rescued from once, but then sold out by a now deceased con artist. Which, that's tough. That's my son's mom. That, yeah, it's tough. When someone dies in the family, you should all share that loss. And it really shouldn't matter whether they had faults or not. But when they die in the middle of conspiring with somebody to try to steal a house, and they, in the process, sold out the kids that you had rescued from abuse and got into a good situation, and they sold them out so that they sell themselves out so that they can spend the rest of their childhood fatherless, homeless, wandering, left wandering among pedophiles named Fink or otherwise, whatever the hell's going on here, so they could get raped by their cousins and be pregnant with their cousin's child. Gosh, that's not going to be disturbing at all. That's this bitch. She's the one that created that reality for them. I had nothing to do with that. That happened in spite of me doing all I knew to do to not let that happen.
And she's being drugged. Where's the discernment? When I was there, I witnessed
Who did the
the
drugging?
mother of the 6-year-old.
I guess
grab a
Adam's doing the
microphone on
drugging?
Shabbat and
Nobody
announced
wants to call
that
the
it was
fucking
her day
cops
off
on
too,
this
that
motherfucker?
Shabbat is also her day of rest, and she needs help from her brothers and sisters to keep an eye on her son. And that if anyone sees any problems, to please just let her know. And that was an announcement publicly at Shabbat station on a Shabbat in the
Well, you're
microphone.
publicly
I heard
saying
it
they're
with my
drugging
ears,
your
and I thought
kid
it
and
was
raping your
automatic.
kid.
Adam
Clearly,
was
nobody
there,
publicly
the
cares
other
about
leadership
this
was
cult.
there, the whole
It's a pedo
Shabbat
cult.
station was
People that care
full.
about children and don't want children molested don't go there.
So for him to get up and say in the Conspiracy of Silence video that he didn't know that she wasn't
But people that don't
monitoring
want to
him,
carry jobs
that
and be
is
responsible
not
like
true.
yourself,
And around the
put your
onegs
children
on the
there.
campfire, back when the roses were still there, and it was usually the roses campfire, and they would have a big oneg. Adam would let his own children go off into the dark with a wagon with that little boy, with no
What's it
adult
to you?
supervision. Around, out of sight, and coming back around.
Okay, let's get back to you,
'Cause
Miss.
they would come around in a big group.
Where's the discernment? Where's your discernment? You got all, you know all
That's a
this
lot of
facts,
trust
and you still
for
put your daughter
someone
there to
who
get raped
thinks
by
that
your
he's,
cousin, who you knew you saved
being
raped other
monitored.
people.
He clearly knew he wasn't his. It makes no sense. And one night I wasn't okay with it, and I was concerned. So I sent two of my teenagers to follow along and just make sure that they were okay, because there was also a couple of new guys that had just showed up, and no one really knew a lot about them, and they're wandering around too. And it concerns me that Adam isn't concerned for his own children. If he's not concerned for his own children, does he even believe that the little boy is doing these things, or does he not see it as a problem?
Your daughter was raped, you say. Why are you worried about what he thinks of those kids at this point?
The plural marriage thing has opened the door wide to
If he failed your daughter, what does it matter who else he failed? Just make the case, be outraged over your daughter, make the case for that, which applies to you, and quit trying to make this overall thing.
Was coming up with excuses.
You've got an agenda here, bitch.
How the Torah doesn't say you can't marry your cousin. And he was supposedly trying to marry my daughter via consummation to protect her from me. And I don't know how many people at Parable of the Vineyard know this or support this idea, but my daughter was kidnapped from me, held against her will, drugged against her will. Yeah, she did some crazy things, but some crazy things were done to her to break her mental formation, to protect her from me. Concerned for his own children. If he's not concerned for his own children, does he even believe that the little boy is doing these things, or does he not see it as a problem?
Okay, I'm going to stop here. It's really weird that she goes from talking about this boy. I can't hardly keep up with this stuff because it doesn't flow. This is her creating this fiction as she goes. So there's going to be a part 3. I have no idea what the hell to name it, because the last time I made a part, it was for a different reason. I don't know what I'm going to do to try to make the cohesion clear, but this next thing she gets into is a great place to start one of these videos. I like to have it lumped in with this. I like to see that people see all these accusations against me and stuff like that, and then out of nowhere, she talks about how this crazy stuff happened to protect my daughter from her. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and run with it here real quick, because it does tie into this. I'm telling you, if there's legitimate mental health people making it clear that she's not having psychosis and she's age regressed and recalling real traumas, and she's bothered by what she's recalling, the only real trauma that she's going to recall that's going to impress that indisputably on a true professional is the real trauma that that bitch is responsible for. When I say that bitch, I'm talking about this bitch. That is what she doesn't want to get out in the open irrefutably. That is why she's making a video that exposes her and holds her accountable to her bullshit and her fiction more than ever anything has in her entire life. Why am I doing this right now? Because I've never had an opportunity to go in with this without having to do a whole bunch of he said, she said, make the case and hope somebody cares enough to agree with the case. Now we're looking at what she's actually saying. I can talk about it. I can point out how something's irrational, doesn't make sense or whatever, but there's no debate about what she's actually said, because here she is with a video she made herself of her own self-compelled will. I'm not going to say free will. She doesn't seem like she wanted to do this fully. She clearly felt she had to do this. And it's still, and it's such a big deal for this to be in existence. that I'm still, even, I think I'm on track to why. I'm still not sure who she's really concerned about here. I don't know. I don't have the full thing in mind just yet. But what was really at stake is truth about her was coming to light in an irrefutable way. And she's having to discredit the people through whom it comes to light. And I don't know if she expects us to get back to Aaron in any way or whatever. I also don't know, the comments on her, on this video I showed in either this video or probably the previous video. Again, that's an account that has been used. I'm pretty sure it was used by Allison herself. Or it's been her as a fake account to just pretend to be the kids, but I'm pretty sure it was. I was under the impression, and I guess it didn't matter enough to but I was under the impression that it was Allison using that account. I don't know if Allison's the only one that practically would use it or not. But now, here, Aaron is alleged to have other victims, and yet this account that Allison uses is commenting on the fact that she's glad that others are coming forward, whatever. Like, commenting as though it's one of Aaron's other victims, when the victim being discussed is Allison. You understand? Like, it's almost like, either way, like, the comment's not necessary. That's literally the same household. It's literally, that comment is there. This is all a manipulation game. That comment is there to try to add additional validity to what's on display. And a legitimate question here is, what are the odds? How are they expecting us to get back to Aaron, or what is Aaron expected to be able to say about it? What's Aaron up to these days? Is he even still around, or are they on their bus on the road? Did he go back to Washington? Is there a reason to suspect that Aaron won't be in a position to speak for himself? Then that starts to help this make a lot more sense. And it's a strong possibility. Aaron was homeschooled in a situation that the whole Elliott family, that's her mom's side of the family, but anyway, they're so intertwined up there that the homeschooling is, the education is not their strong point. Aaron very well may not feel comfortable with technology. I know he's been interviewed, but that's his only presence, is where he appears in other people's videos and content. He doesn't have any presence of his own that I've encountered. So, is this an allegation that nobody can disprove or speak with him directly to comfortably make a conclusion about? Is this something that ends any? Is this something that she could reasonably expect to cause irrefutable, disturbingly clear evidence of who she really is to no longer be as reliable? Certainly, if that was out there, that would explain why, like, where she felt like this type of response was absolutely necessary. Let's see. So if this is the case, right? Excuse me. How else could she shut it down? how else would she get the audience and the reach to have any impact on it? A comment here or there, she can't shut it down, comment here or there. This is unprecedented. She's never put anything like this out before. And, I mean, at least quickly thinking about it, I don't know of any other way she could try to accomplish that. So this isn't about Adam. This isn't about Aaron. This isn't about outrage because of something happening to my daughter. This is her having to unexpectedly cover her tracks yet again. So again, it's so weird too. Like, I mean, okay, so we've covered all this, and she's trying to make it sound like it's me that was revealed, but why would she be bothered? If it was me that came up in this medical, why is other than, okay, so she found out from her daughter being taken for this mental health thing or whatever, that her daughter was pregnant, and I've just found out that I guess she's, I don't remember in detail, like, I'm assuming that somehow that's how she found out it was supposed to be Aaron that was responsible. But then she brings up this age regression stuff, and then she quickly tries to say that's me, that's my stuff I've done or whatever. And then for the first time ever in an environment that I could see it, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that this might be what's going on. I don't know if it's common. Probably is. Something horrific that's never brought to my face has definitely been alleged here or there. But this is the first time I've actually seen where, no details, she doesn't want to go there, right? But alluding that apparently Allison has sexual trauma from me. That is not the case, and I don't think that Allison would even go for that. I don't know. Supposedly, again, there's a collaborating account in the comments posing as one of Aaron's other victims, but it's an account that Allison herself has used to harass me on this account in the past. Thinking it's good to be that she's calling so much attention to this. Like, so it's Allison commenting that it's good that I brought that up. Where was it? Okay, look, I'm actually looking at the YouTube version of this, so we'll go from full screen to, I don't know why this is formatting differently. Is this just on Firefox or what? This sucks. Oh, that's transcripts automatically. Wow, I need to do that. All right, here's what I'm looking for. Let's go. Dang it. I don't know why I'm coughing. All right. Where is it? Twitchy _ squishy. Again, this is Allison's account. Allison has harassed me on my own account from this account in the past. As one of Aaron Park's victims, I applaud you for speaking out in a way that's loud. People need to be aware and keep their young girls safe. Tricia, thank you. We have to stop his list of victims from growing. Said the one alleged victim to, anyways, all right. And then Jay Bosman, ready to capitalize on a new story to follow up with the sequel to the Hallelujah Scriptures drama, is Twitchy Squishy. Are you willing to do an interview to establish your story? Now, he did that 4 weeks ago. Tricia's comments all happened 3 months ago, like pretty much, give or take, about this, pretty much right at the time this was published, apparently. Dang it, sorry about the cough. And then Twitchy Squishy. That definitely is subject to what you want to know. I'll gladly talk about it to bring awareness to it. But did not your mom just do that, Allison? Okay, so 12 people liked this comment. So it seems to have worked. All right, and All right. So, anyways,
And
here we are. This is
the-
about her.
The plural marriage thing
Wait a minute.
has opened the door wide to anyone with any kind of a lust issue to bring that in.
Am I tripping? Did I accidentally skip ahead? That's.
And my cousin was coming up with excuses
Oh yeah.
for
Okay.
how the Torah doesn't say you can't marry your cousin. And he was supposedly trying to marry my daughter via consummation to protect her from me.
I'm gonna have to make a montage of that. Mix it up. Okay, so I'm gonna just join in. Who does this? Makes up.
Supposedly trying to marry my daughter via consummation to protect her from me. And I don't know how many people at Paradise Vision know this or support this idea, but my daughter was kidnapped from me, held against her will, drugged against her will. Yeah, she did some crazy things, but some crazy things were done to her to break her mental state to that point.
She did not
When I got her back,
allege that Allison was kidnapped until that moment.
we went through hell for 6 weeks for her to get through withdrawals of everything that she had been put on, but she wasn't given anything regularly. Aaron gave her these pharmaceuticals when
Aaron
he felt
again.
like it, and he wouldn't even tell me
Aaron had.
what she was on or how much.
I don't think she could keep it
And every
straight
time
whether
I
she's
asked
trying to talk about
questions,
Aaron or Adam.
He was angry
I just don't
and
see how
upset
Aaron
that this whole situation
would have been
was
in a
my
place
fault,
to give her
indicating that I had
anything.
abused her
I don't- It makes no
and
sense. Allison's an adult there of her own free will.
caused
Well, these people are
this
giving
mental
her.
breakdown. None of it made sense, and I kept asking
None of
for
this makes sense.
explanations, and I got none.
Why are you even airing this
And when
crap?
I attempted to at least get back some of her missing items and use Adam as a mediator, that didn't work either. He is.
The kids
I
have
can't
nothing.
trust him
She's
whatsoever.
got
I
them
don't
with
even see the
nothing.
point in Matthew 18 with him,
So
because if you're not going to be faithful in the small things, how can you be faithful in the large things? And if you're going to turn and blame,
well, earlier she's talking about
this
doing a
single
Matthew 18
mom
process. Now
who
she's
has
saying
been very clear
making a
about
case
her
for why
past
it
and
doesn't apply
her
here
children's
anymore. I guess.
struggles. And she's pretty open about wanting help. She gets blamed and then booted, and then they make a big statement about how they don't support plural marriage. They're just sweeping it under the rug, and they're going to do it all again.
Right.
If we're going to believe the past witnesses, and I know a lot of people don't want to believe Justin Best. And Justin, if you're watching this, I really wish you'd reconsider who you serve, because walking away from Yah is
If he has integrity, he's done with the
terrifying, and
circus.
I am concerned for you, but I do believe
You're not going
your
get him to
witness, and I believe
reconsider.
that you are
You're
hurt.
not going to play along with the circus anymore.
By
He's
everything
seen
that
the fruit. He's letting it tell him the
And I
story.
thank you for speaking
wise
out
man.
on the things that you have. But a lot of people won't listen to someone who's making fun of the name of Yah, and you know that. I didn't listen to you at first for that exact reason. Mockers and scoffers, you know how, even if you don't believe, you understand the mindset
People,
of the
we're
people
watching
you're trying to
videos of people not wanting to deal with
And I
pedophiles
don't
properly
want to ruin anyone's
to protect their cult.
anointing. If he is anointed, I don't want to speak against him.
Be wary of anybody that is
I
not a
wrestled with
mocker and a
this
scoffer if that's
for
the way
this
the religion wants to
whole
behave.
time for that exact reason. Praying for confirmation and clarity and when to speak out myself. And I know that this does not answer a lot of people's questions, and I've had very few actually come and ask
questions?
me anything. No, we cannot.
So this
prove
is
with
about
DNA
her.
That the child my daughter
What-
miscarried was Aaron's.
So she's
Because
so there's something swirling around behind the
wasn't
scenes that
possible.
something forced her to have to do this for herself.
But Yah knows, and everything that was done in the darkness will be revealed in the light. Hallelujah. And it's repentance
That's
and
weird.
restoration that I'm seeking. I'm not seeking to
What
ruin
was that all
anyone's
about?
reputation.
Hang on,
Although
hallelujah.
this might, and it's repentance and restoration that I'm seeking. I'm not seeking to ruin anyone's reputation. Although this might not seem like that.
Nope, doesn't.
And I'm not seeking to attack anyone who has an actual anointing. That's why I wrestled with this for so long.
Yeah, not go back far enough
But
to get
see,
that weird
Scripture
hallelujah.
says to expose the works of darkness. This is very dark.
Of course,
It's very dark.
you're very dark.
There's a very terrifying lack of transparency.
You thrive on that.
The more that I see Aaron sitting up there, unrepentant
Terrifying lack of transparency.
for everything
What does that
that's
even?
transpired, on the stage with Lyndon and Ruth, who I know their ministry is anointed. I know it is. But I also know they're very young in the belief, in the Torah pursuance, anyways.
Okay, so another thing is all this stuff that she's trying to bring up and stuff and all that. This was all like much
And I
more
love that
appropriately,
focuses
clearly,
on
and
forgiveness
blatantly
and
handled
repentance.
by what's his face.
But what you have to understand is if you listen closely to what Adam said,
And that's
he didn't actually
yeah,
repent.
like there's no need if the concern is the congregation stuff.
Listen to him again.
This isn't changing
It was very
anything that wasn't
narcissistic.
already changed. This
I'm
is about
sorry that I
her.
didn't have dinner with you. That's what everyone's upset about, is you didn't have dinner with us. Be careful about having dinner with him, because after you have a dinner with him and his wife, suddenly you seem a little bit brainwashed and you're saying the same exact things as everyone else. I never did go have dinner with him, and
So she's letting us know her daughter was raped
I'm thankful
by her cousin
that
who
wasn't on purpose.
was
It's
raping
just
her to marry
something
her
came
by
out that wasn't
consummation to
supposed be
protect
in there.
her from her, to protect my daughter from her. Like, I don't
But
know
all
where
of these
she's
people who are
supposed to be the
tripping over
danger to her
themselves to
daughter, according to
protect
Aaron, but
Adam.
there's otherwise no other hint that anybody
Uh,
would think she would be the danger. So weird.
I'm concerned.
And now we're back to general
Adam, please,
the crap that was already
if you
covered
truly are repentant for the things that have happened,
elsewhere.
come
That's
clean.
other.
Be transparent.
Why is it her job to worry about Adam outside
told
of
me. Adam, when you came that Shabbat to pick up Aaron and his family,
his behaviors have already been addressed. If you've got
told me that
issues
you
with
were
him
going
because
to
of
speak out against
him
hallelujah
somehow
scriptures,
aiding and abetting Aaron
because
and
you
raping
supported
Allison,
them publicly. You still
that's
have not done
personal.
that.
That's not put it on YouTube
And
for
now-
everybody.
They are still like this with James Block, and now I'm seeing that there's those ties are still coming back around.
This is losing me. I don't know what case
That
she's
is a
trying to make
criminal
right here.
organization, without a doubt. I know that.
Okay. I'm just trying to have this. I get so. Oh my god. Oh, I'm more than past the halfway point. Thankfully.
More than anything, I'm concerned about how this cult, because that is
Okay,
exactly
hang on.
what Parable of the Vineyard is. It is a cult.
Let's add some music because she's trying to get
You
into
don't
some
know
drama
who
now.
the leadership is. It's whoever Adam says it is. If you want to know who leadership is, you just kind of watch his camper and see who's hanging out over there the most. Whoever he's talking to the most is probably in leadership.
Check, check.
I don't know if Aaron's part of leadership now, and I've already been. I have had a few people reach out to me, and I've been told by a couple of different witnesses that my name is Mud, and that my reputation is terrible, and I'm apparently a crazy person.
This is what it's really about. It's about her.
So You know, you all can believe whatever you would like, but I implore you all, if you're going to send anyone who cannot protect themselves to Parable of the Vineyard, a young person, if you're bringing children or teenagers, watch them like a hawk. And I'm not saying that y'all wouldn't send you to Parable of the Vineyard. He sent me there. I know he did.
So you could be exposed, apparently.
But I did feel a check in my spirit before I gave the okay for my daughter to go back there without me. And I almost said no, and I felt like I was probably being overprotective.
So at what point,
So I backed off.
I thought she was kidnapped.
So I believe if you're a strong, protective parent, your children will be fine.
That's like, she
Anyway.
didn't allege kidnapping at the
But
beginning. Then
You
she
should also
said
be
kidnapping.
very
I'm like,
careful
okay,
what
so
you're
she just
putting in
forgot to
front of
allege
them and
it.
saying this person is
And now here she is
trustworthy,
making it
because
clear
I put
that
my cousin in a place of trustworthiness to my children, told them he was safe. When I was diagnosed with tumors in 2020, I asked Aaron to help take care of my kids. That's how much I trusted him. So none of this comes easy for me. It was heartbreaking.
who says they're diagnosed with
It
tumors?
still is.
So is he trying to? Did she try to do some? Did
It's
she do
also
some kind of a
generational
grift?
curse, and it's not his first
Some
time.
kind of a medical emergency grift
He
to
has other
use some
victims
kind
in
of
the
fake
family.
medical condition as an excuse
His
for not
father
working? She had to check
Also has
herself.
victims, and I was one of his father's victims.
Wait a
So I
minute.
know there's a generational curse thing here too. My family.
Mhm.
That's how much I trusted him. Active parent. But I did feel a check in my spirit before I gave the okay for my daughter to go back there without me. And I almost said no, and I felt like I was probably being overprotective, and so I backed off. So I believe if you're a strong, protective parent, your children will be fine anywhere you go.
Exactly.
But
But you
should
don't go
also be
places
very
like that.
careful what you're
when you're a
putting in
strong,
front of them and
protective
saying
parent.
this person
No,
is
like,
trustworthy,
let me
because
see
I
what I
put
can
my cousin in a
overcome.
place of trustworthiness to
Like,
my
no,
children.
let's not
Told them
subject
he
our
was
children
safe.
to that. Okay, sorry, I'm yakking. I backed up for that.
Them and saying this person is trustworthy, be back there without me. And I almost said no, and I felt like I was probably being overprotective, and so I backed off. So I believe if you're a strong, protective parent, your children will be fine
And she's not.
anywhere you go. But you should also be very careful what you're putting in front of them and saying this person is trustworthy, because I put my cousin in a place of trustworthiness to my children, told them he was safe.
He's got other victims, she says. But she put him in a place of trustworthiness to them and told them that he was safe. She did that.
When I was diagnosed with tumors,
Shit. When I was diagnosed with, wait. Can't stop. Tumors. She's having trouble keeping things in line. Someone's viewing just now. Hello, viewer, check this out. This woman that alleged that Aaron has other victims said this about him
place
just
of
now.
trustworthiness to my children,
Uh,
told them he was safe. I
uh,
believe if you're a strong,
Okay.
protective parent, your children will be fine
Okay.
anywhere.
She's right about that, except for a strong
But
protective parent doesn't
You
put
should
their
also
child.
be very careful
We don't
what you're
test
putting in
ourselves,
front
we
of them
keep
and
our
saying
kids
this
safe
person is trustworthy,
by
because
distance
I put
first and
my
foremost.
cousin in a place of trustworthiness to my children, told them he was safe.
Okay. Later, elsewhere in the video, I'm going to put a collage together of this stuff of her contradictions at some point. This is she so reveals herself irrefutably and doesn't even realize it. And no one's watched it and cared yet about the actual truth just to catch on to it. But she literally says that Aaron, this is her cousin, has other victims. had already had previous victims. And just now she said she put him in a position of trust and told her kids he was safe. What are you doing, lady? You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't know how to keep all these stories straight. And this whole mess is created because something happened where people have become aware of your true history with Allison. Because she is so scarred by that abuse and been so mind melted by the really twisted nature of her stepmom selling her out to you, that it's just at some point that bizarreness has to break. And apparently away from you, it had its chance to escape, and did so in such a way that Adam, apparently, maybe Aaron, you can't keep the name straight, had to get her mental help. And you were told in black and white, clear, indisputable terms that she was age regressed and not having psychosis. What you haven't said is what they said she said. You've just eluded claiming that it's trauma caused by me. But if she had trauma caused by me, not only could she not say that anytime and all the time, she'd be encouraged to say it. It probably would never go without being said. You would have ate that up to actually have something true. This is about you. This is all cockamamie bullshit, trying to find some way to discredit a random exposure that is irrefutable if the right people find out the right facts. And apparently the person that most knows exactly what went down is Adam. So you're jumping on the bandwagon.
When I was diagnosed with tumors.
Guys, I don't
2020,
support,
I
I'm not part of this cult. I'm
didn't
not,
take care of my kids.
nobody in this mess is
That's how
anybody I
much I trusted
care about
him.
defending. I don't care. But I know that she is a fraud.
So none of this comes easy for me. It was heartbreaking.
She's the one that has put my
still
kids
is.
in danger. She's the one that caused them to be dropouts. She's the one that's
It's
caused them
also
to be
a
homeless
generational curse,
and
it's
have
not
this
his
really
first time.
horrendous
He has other victims in the
second
family.
chapter to their childhoods.
His father also has victims, and I was one of his father's
Wait a minute, wait a
victims.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait,
I
is that
know
where
it's
she
a
said it?
generational curse.
Did she really? Hold on, I thought
So
this,
none of this comes easy for me. It was heartbreaking.
hang on,
It still is.
hold on. I can't believe,
It's also a generational curse, and it's not his first time. He has other victims in the family.
no way, no freaking way. I thought this, there's so much covered here. I could have swore this must have been earlier on or it came later. She is freaking losing it during this whole thing. She cannot keep anything straight. Holy shit. She just said she told her kids he was safe, that she trusted him. She just said that. And then she's saying this just
That's
moments
how much
later.
I trusted him.
Wait, okay. Hang on. Just watch this all the way through. This is unbelievable.
When I was diagnosed with
Okay, hang on.
children will be, and I almost said no. And I did feel a check in my spirit before I gave the okay for my daughter to
Okay,
go.
so at one point she alleged that her daughter was kidnapped, but there she is making it clear again, because she didn't allege it, then suddenly out of nowhere she was saying her daughter was kidnapped. Seemed like she was saying it was them. And then now she's addressing it again, and she didn't want to, but she gave permission for her daughter to go. Okay, so we're there, right? I think what messes her up here is apparently it's not safe for her to allege this health issue that she's alleging for some reason. Like, she started to go with some kind of story that she had to. She checks herself. It's obvious she's checking herself. Who's diagnosed with tumors? They found a tumor. They don't diagnose you with tumors. Nobody says I was diagnosed with tumors. Tumors is not a diagnosis. Tumors are things they find. They then try to find out, are those tumors active? Or are they benign? What's going on? But you're not diagnosed with tumors. They find a tumor. You don't even accidentally say I was diagnosed with tumors. She was diagnosed with and paused and then said tumors because she's trying to avoid something more damning somehow. I don't think it was real disease. I think something that she could be held accountable for claiming to have or something. Like she doesn't ever have cancer and she was trying to imply she did maybe at some time in the past. Okay, so watch. I think that trips her up and then she forgets what she just said.
There without me.
Okay.
And I almost said no, and I felt like I was probably being overprotective. And
Oh, she's
so
being
I backed off.
she's being overprotective to keep not let her kids go with Aaron.
So I believe
Okay,
if you're
remember
a
that.
strong protective parent, your children will be fine anywhere you go. But you should also be very careful what you're putting in front of
This
them
is
and saying
madness.
this person is trustworthy. Because I put my cousin in a place of trustworthiness to my children, told them he was safe.
Okay? Mark that. Mark that. It's not going to take long. Just mark
When I
that.
was diagnosed with
Tumors.
in 2020, I asked Aaron to help take care of my kids.
That's how trustworthy he was.
That's how much I trusted him.
Oh, pfft. I forgot she said that. Oh my God.
So none of this comes easy for me. It was
Wow.
heartbreaking. It still is.
What did I miss here? Because this twist
It's
doesn't
also
make
a
any sense.
generational curse, and it's not his first time. He has other victims in the family.
What did I miss? How did that even happen? I thought I even came up with a reason why that must have been. How? How? My God, that's insanity. The woman lies so much and so used to being believed and not accountable that she doesn't even know how to go from one sentence to the next and have a match.
So none of this comes easy for me. It was heartbreaking. It still
She looks
is.
heartbroken. Apparently brain
It's
breaking.
also a generational curse, and it's not his first time. He has other
didn't go back
victims
far
in the
enough.
family. When I was diagnosed with back there without me. And I almost said no, and I
Okay.
felt like I was probably being overprotective, and so I backed off.
Again, she goes on to say that he has previous victims, but by not letting her daughter go with him, she was going to be overprotective. I've had dilemmas about being overprotective, but it wasn't really overprotective, but it's still at the same time like I want my kids, I wanted them to be able to enjoy some things that we used to be able to enjoy a little more freely. And I had to fight myself a little bit, and give both my girls a chance to have sleepovers at friends' houses. I don't even say I was overprotective then. The only way they're going to get to have that memory, that chance to live a little with that experience was to give them that chance. And there was nothing to indicate that that was a definite bad situation to do. And in both cases, there were more than one parent present at the house, stuff like that. But yeah, not letting them ever go anywhere possibly overprotective. But it's not out of bounds overprotective. But she goes on to say that he has other victims, and she felt like not letting her go with him would be overprotective. Why? Because Allison should have been able to kick him in the nuts herself? Shouldn't have needed to be, guarded?
So I believe if you're a strong protective parent, your children will be fine anywhere you go.
I hate her saying that. What the F is even that? If you're a strong protective parent, it starts first with freaking discernment. You don't sit there and say, oh, let them try it. No, if you think they might try it, you don't give them access, period. If there's somebody that might try it, they don't get access. That's where the strength comes in. A strength of a brain that is dedicated to not taking chances with your children's entire future. Whether their entire future is as a victim or an entire future is with security and their own innocence and chance at a unvictimized life fully intact. That you get them safely to the point that they should be able to make good choices for themselves and have a really good, there's no guarantees in life, but there's ways to make sure that your children aren't the ones running around unsupervised at the pedo cult that we're talking about here.
But you should also be very careful what you're putting in front of them and saying this person is trustworthy, because I put my cousin in a place.
Who is she trying to lecture? Talk to yourself,
told him
bitch.
he was safe.
What is even going
When I
on
was
here?
diagnosed with tumors.
How does this even happen?
I
How does a
asked
woman
Aaron
get?
to help take care of my kids?
I can't. I mean, holy
That's
shit!
how
I've been
much I
through this
trusted
part
him.
of the video. I just.
So none of this comes easy for me. It was heartbreaking. It still is.
Oh, she's like, wait, I'm supposed to throw an
It's
emotion
also a
here.
generational
I think.
curse, and it's not his first time. He has other.
What
victims
is
in his
that?
family. His father.
And that's the thing. I go like, well, let's see. I know her. She makes sure. If you know her, you know that her uncle molested her. That's. I'm sorry, with her, it's a fucking point of pride. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying with her, it freaking is. Everybody freaking knows it. Supposedly, that's not normally the way a victim wants to react, but that's her. So I would have like, did she mix it up and mean to say that her dad had, when she said that he had other victims, was she thinking of his dad? But it's all laid out right here. She's thinking of them separately, fully. This is fully fleshed out. This is not, there's no confusion in how she's wording this right now. See, she's talking about her dad and talking about him. She is making it plain as day that she knows that he has other victims.
Also has victims, and I was one of his father's victims. So I know there's a generational curse thing here too. My family and I are currently working through the deliverance prayers and the resources from Nathan's website.
What's working for her is that nobody
I
watched this
strongly
to this point. There's 1,000 views of this video and none of them, we're lucky if a dozen even got to this point.
I personally witnessed Adam allowing a man.
This is why I can speak.
man
This is
is
why I'm making content now.
no
I've
longer
got
in
her.
the assembly, the last I heard, but when I was there, he
There's
was
no
there.
more of this
And he
saying
was
what, she's
allowed
a
to use
blatant
that mic
fucking liar and
ramble on and
people
on
just don't care
about
enough
the
to make the
multiple life
case no matter how
things.
clear the evidence is.
His wife is standing there crying.
But when she says it
sobbing.
now, and
His
it's,
daughter
this is
ran
the
away
first
as
time
soon as she
she's
turned
been
18, and
freaking
Errol, the vendor,
pinned
doesn't recognize
down.
you as an
And
adult
then she
until you're
said
20.
so much to
That's
this. I don't,
another reason why I was. That's their excuse for.
and I found this because she's not cooperating with other processes. I didn't find this looking for it. I could have never expected this. Her games that she's playing, her convoluted mess she's getting into, ended up leading to me finding this, and I'm the last person she wanted to see this video and get possession of it before she could take it down.
Treating the girls as children because they weren't 20. My daughter was 19. And, but also by that same standard, she would then belong to me. I wasn't handing her over to anyone. I kept asking to have her brought back. And Aaron told me that he checked with everyone. There was no vehicle he could borrow and so on and so forth. Anyway,
That's the
the
first time.
hospital was very clear that
Now we're back to the hospital.
what they were allowed to tell me, because I couldn't just have full access to her records because she is over 18.
What?
What she did okay them to tell me. It was very clear who was sexually assaulting her, who was sporadically giving her meds. You don't do that with medications for mental disorders.
So I believe the implication.
Charging
here-
battery.
Okay, so either Aaron or Adam's supposed to be the one that's giving her the meds. I still feel like she's kind of strange about which one she's saying is which at the time. So she says Allison told her, but she doesn't say what Allison told her just now. We just have to assume that what she's saying in here is because of what Allison told her, I guess. Okay, but now she's also admitting that she doesn't know what all was said. I'm telling you, the truth here is what she's afraid of.
But that's what he was doing. And when I would ask about it, he would try to turn it around and act like I was supporting pharmakia. No, but I know how it can mess you up if you're taking it sometimes. Either take it or don't take it. You don't take it sometimes. He was giving it to her sometimes. So all of you who saw her acting crazy, that was part of it. But the other part of it was the ongoing sexual assault that was happening daily.
I still can't wrap my head around all of this. You realize that on the medicine, it's talking about her being drugged and stuff like that, and then yet somehow there was some kind of conversation where the religious approach to medication was relevant.
Aaron told me that he checked with everyone. There was no vehicle he could borrow and so on and so forth. Anyway, the hospital was very clear that what they were allowed to tell me, because I couldn't just have full access to her records because she is over 18. What she did okay them to tell me. It was very clear who was sexually assaulting her, who was sporadically giving her meds. You don't do that with medications for mental disorders. But that's what he was doing. And when I would ask about it, he would try to turn it around and act like I was supporting pharmakia.
How much time went by here? How much time are we talking about? She's an adult. These people took her for mental health and they're administering her medications and it's their fault that she's not taking it regularly. Like earlier when she's alleging that they're drugging her, now she's just saying that she wasn't properly given medicine that was prescribed to her, which has caused her to be crazy. Just how bad off is Allison that she's an adult, clearly, by age in standard definitions, but she's completely dependent on somebody else intervening for her to get care and stuff like that. I mean, what? I'm the first one to call her out on the fact that she has not mentally progressed. And it doesn't take trauma for that to be obvious. I don't know whether she regresses anymore in a time like this, or if it's just simply she was dealing with somebody legitimate for once when going with these hospitals. I think the latter is true because I can recognize it. And it's because everything about her life with her mom has been a lie. It's all based on lies, and that's why she hasn't grown up. When you live in the same lie, you don't know how time heals what you're lying about. You don't know how, time heals. You can't keep the same pleasure from a pleasure if it's never reinforced or changed or improved. You can't keep the same pain from a pain if it's never reinforced or improved. Time, they say time heals everything. It may not heal everything, but it definitely, everything dilutes over time in some form or fashion. You don't stay 14 because time is progressing properly.
No, but I know how it can mess you up if you're taking it sometimes.
Okay. So again,
You take it or don't take it.
Weird stuff is going on here. So
You don't take it sometimes. He was giving it to her sometimes. So all of you.
So she's having, my understanding is that's supposed to be Aaron somehow. I don't know why Aaron's the one responsible for her medications for my adult daughter, that she's submitted to this person that she just indicated that she already knew had prior victims. Anyways, she's alleged earlier how they were drugging her and stuff like that, but now she's having a conversation after apparently knowing that he's the one that raped her. And there's a debate and exchange that somehow she's having to argue that pharmakia doesn't apply. What? What does it even matter what he's done at that point? Get her the fuck out, go on, cut him off. How do you have a conversation with the rapist about how her medicine's being administered?
That was part of it. But the other part of it was the ongoing sexual assault that was happening daily.
Daily. Right. You bitch. So you knew he had prior victims. You know that she's not properly matured for her age. And you sent her to be under his care. What were you doing? The reason you abandoned them the first time you had other plans. What were you trying to do then? Where were you? I know you guys were going through some shit, homeless and all that other stuff, but what else is going on? Or what is the real story? Why does Allison not want to be with you? Or did not want to be with you? But somehow she's back in your car. I don't know. It's really hard to figure this out.
Adam, I wish I could trust you. I wish I could trust you as a brother. You failed my family. We have been harmed greatly.
So your daughter was raped by your cousin, who was helped and enabled somehow. I don't really fully understand why you're even bringing up an issue with Adam. I get it, there's other issues, but it don't make sense for you to have an issue with it. Seems like you should just be like, get your daughter the fuck out, dealing with the reality of you failing her. But now you're going to say you wish? You're going to worry about what you wish Adam was after this? Why? Your daughter was fucking raped. You're saying that this pedo cult endangers everybody, but you wish Adam were something else? It's these cults, isn't it? You just got to have your fake person be everything you want him to be. I wish my make-believe would have went as scripted in my brain.
And I pray that you start standing up for the truth.
I wish you'd be who I want you to be.
For the truth. And standing up for purity. Purity of intentions. Purity in protecting the innocent.
How about you wish you'd just fucking die and get out of the way and quit corrupting people and exposing children to other pedophiles? How about that?
The correct heart posture.
Can't somebody else come along that's legit from the get-go, and you can hope for them to have a
knowledge puffs
help
up.
with your ministry wishes?
I know that well. I I've been humbled greatly.
Oh, dear Jeffrey Epstein, I sure wish you would come to Torah and would be the leader.
There's always
You don't pick the trash and then wish they were
there's
something
always
better
good
when
that you can bring out of any
you can have people that had integrity from the
And
get-go,
our family is closer now than
serving the
we
roles
ever
that
were before.
should have people with integrity from the get-go.
My sons are more ready to speak up,
Ethan and Clinton are more ready to speak up.
especially Clinton.
Why weren't they ever ready? Why is there...
Because the Shabbat that Adam came to pick up Aaron and Victoria, when I said we weren't leaving, my son told me that Adam tried to talk him into going with them. He tried to talk my 14-year-old son out of my home on Shabbat, or shortly after Shabbat. I guess the sun had gone down, so it
Oh,
was
wait.
technically
That's
not
not... I'm
Shabbat.
trying to turn down the music.
He didn't ask me if he could take my kids. I said we weren't leaving. And
Take your kid. I don't get that either. Like, wouldn't you be like, see if you wanted to go first, and then if you wanted to go, then he would talk to you? Doesn't seem like there was any violation in him
He
just
wanted
seeing if he'd want to
know
go.
if my son wanted to come with them
I mean,
anyways.
I'm not saying that he should have gone or whatever, but I'm just saying. I
So
just,
there's a lot of
okay, think about. I don't,
things that are
this is why when you're making everything up, there's holes all through it. Good intentions, bad intentions, whatever. Regardless, if you're like, hey, you want to come along? You're trying to see if a nephew or something wants to come along. I'm pretty sure you'd want to see if the nephew even wanted to go before you brought it up to the parents. Isn't it weird if you like went to Tricia, hey Tricia, will you force Clinton to go with me? Or wouldn't it be weird if you had to go to Tricia like, Tricia, can I ask Clinton if he'd go? Wouldn't it be, doesn't it make sense? You'd be like, hey Clinton, hey, you want to go? And then from there, be like, oh yeah, okay. Be like, hey, Clinton would like to come with me. Is it okay if Clinton comes with me? What's wrong with the natural progression? Because when she's making this stuff up, she can't keep track of how it all works.
sideways that I see coming out of Adam. And yet I know from the story of Shaul and David that if there's an anointing there, it's not my job to say in any kind of judgment. But I do have to speak up for the things that I'm seeing that are not righteous. They're not scriptural, especially.
The shit she has alleged, it doesn't fucking matter. There's no, for her, it shouldn't matter. Anointing, no anointing, that's not her. Who fucking cares what judgment you make? Get your daughter out of there and move the fuck on, get away from that guy. It's not complicated. If it's legit. When you're trying to do something else, I guess it's pretty damn hard to make it all work. So carry on.
For someone who's leading. And I began after that, after finding out that he had tried to talk
Why do
to
people
substance
want,
training,
why do
I
people need,
began looking a lot further back.
I don't understand. Why do people,
Notice
how,
the conspiracy of silence video. He says that he didn't want to be a leader. Like, maybe I'm not a good leader. It's like this, I'm sorry for me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to say that to make fun. That's it seemed like such a narcissistic tactic to me.
has she always been this stupid? Is this just my first chance to get to, this is just my first chance to really get to see it? This is my first chance to get to scrutinize it because this is the first chance to have it so concretely recorded there, black and white. This is what she said. This is her story. This is where it's a twisted, nonsensical mess. I guess so. Is this the shit that people have bought into? She's always seemed like a master manipulator. But it looks like maybe she's just good at picking the people that will buy anything. And she sells them everything. Because this shit is like, if anyone's ever follows through my being beside myself while going through this video, you'll see that all along I'm like, she's better than this. She's better than this. But I guess that's just me thinking she had to be better than that because of everything she's accomplished. You would like to think she was better than that. And then how blind was I before seeing the light? Because I was married to this bitch for 10 years and blindsided by a divorce and still had many painful months before I really accepted the reality that was in front of my face. But I had to be kicked to the curb because I was not illegitimate. And we were limited to what was ethical and right. And as far as why I didn't catch on sooner, I always chalked it up to misunderstandings. Plus, her parents were clearly not worried about what was ethical and right. So she came from that. I honestly thought she sincerely just didn't see half of it. And perhaps because I'd already committed to her for life, that, you know, it's not like I had any reason to try to convince myself I'd made a terrible, horrible mistake, and the only way I was going to keep my vows was to rub it in my face every day that I mean, I don't know. I had nothing to gain by questioning it, and it was certainly better to have faith. I mean, we were going through some hard times. She keeps everybody, she likes to be unstable. She dictates an unstable life. And I didn't even blame it all on her. It felt like we were, anyways, it's just hindsight, fruit, reality, the way things went, the way that her trajectory went versus mine. The fact that I had so many people that had it out for me, and I'm still on my feet, no matter how barely at times, still in a home, never had my kids shitting in buckets at some place that should be condemned, like she talks about, never been homeless, never had to subject my daughter to being raped for some reason or another, never, you know, so the evidence speaks for itself, you know, and if it doesn't speak, it's because somebody doesn't care about it, and then that's not anybody to care about anyways. But yeah, this has been madness, and I guess it's really my first time to get to scrutinize exactly what she's saying instead of trying to deal with her on truth that we both know about. I don't know, this is weird. This is different.
But
I don't know how this, I guess I don't know.
maybe I'm wrong.
But at least I have this. This is freaking, this should make a
I
difference
really am trying
going
to
forward. This
because
may be the
subject
final
is
nail in her having any ability to threaten
woken up.
me and my son.
And
Yep, now she's going to try to fake a cry.
it's difficult, to say the least. But I went back onto Adam's channel and discovered his previous, before Torah, his rapture stuff. He was constantly talking about the rapture about to happen, and he was always trying to get a group started, a gathering started. He was always trying to get a group going. So for him to say he wasn't trying to do that, that's not true. He's always been putting himself out there as a leader. He
What the
went and
hell is
scrubbed
even
his whole
this?
YouTube channel because
Again, she's talked about her daughter being
stuff was
raped,
starting to come out.
talked about this serious
Where's
mental
the
health issues, talked about
transparency?
her daughter being drugged. What does it
I
fucking
don't
matter
understand
what
why a man
Adam's trying to do
who-
religiously?
who is acting with integrity
The
is trying to
guy-
hide everything,
Write him off. He's a fraud. He's not fit.
and why he wants to only have these private conversations with people and then throw this mother of this 6-year-old under the bus as if it's her fault, and that was a bald-faced lie
So what is he trying to accomplish here?
that I witnessed.
Why does she have to try to
There's
bring
so
him
much
down?
going
I
wrong
mean,
here, and it's all bringing down the name of Yah. We have friends. We have non-believing friends who are like, yeah, that's a cult. Like, we like y'all are cool, but that's a cult. This
It is
is
a
not
cult.
the way that we elevate his name. This
You
is
are not the
bringing
way
him
anything
to
gets
nothing.
elevated.
This is breaking one of the 10 Commandments.
So who is she going to be preaching to? Who's going to be like, this
ruin
one? Who's supposed to
his
be moved
reputation,
and
his
challenged and
character,
am inspired
ruin.
to do something great because
Walking
of
around wearing his name
this
and
little
wearing
convoluted
ZT and wearing linen
fiasco
and
that's going on
having
right now.
long hair and looking different from everybody else might make you feel holy.
Question any
Art,
religion
Kodesh,
that
whatever
allows
word
this
you wanna
woman to
use.
think that she's got
One
any
of the
sway
things I've learned
in
recently is,
its future.
and I love language. I love Hebrew. I
Um,
absolutely love it. I study it. It's one of my favorite things.
Really?
But you know who made all the languages?
All that love of it, and you say
The same one that
Mispoka
made Hebrew.
and
Says it right there in
Shabbat.
Bereshit in Genesis. Let us confound their language.
She doesn't.
Who confounded their
She
language?
doesn't love Hebrew. She loves to get a few terms to sound set apart.
So we need
Or
to get
wait,
off
wait,
of
wait,
our
wait,
high
wait.
horse as a people.
Uh,
Be in action.
Kadesh for the
in our heart
Ruach.
posture.
I love
We
Hebrew
stay
too.
on
See,
with our mouth. And I mean that for me too. That's why I've been struggling so much with this subject. And I know some of the rumors that have been told of me.
here we go. There's
And
more rumors
I
about her.
admit, I wasn't ready for that battle.
What battle?
And I'm still not.
What
really.
battle?
And if anyone's gonna come at me in a battle posture, I'm probably going to ignore you because I don't have the energy for it right
Oh,
now.
oh.
My family and I are
If you make
finally
better
exiting
choices,
that season
you might not
that
be
has
so
been so
beat up
difficult for us.
by the consequences of those
And,
choices.
I want to thank those of you who have been there with us in spirit.
Those of you, was that Hebrew?
Who have sent encouraging messages,
Those of you.
even those who have sent us gifts.
Oh, I had to throw in some tears there. That had to mean something extra. Okay, all right, gotcha. The grift must get reinforced.
It means a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I do ask that.
Again, the grift got it reinforced. The
You
best
pray
display of fake emotion is due to gifts.
for the truth to be revealed in all
Oh,
things,
the money.
in order that repentance and restoration can happen. I don't want to start a mudslinging party, and there's a lot of
Sounds
details
of this
that I
cult.
could give right
Talk
now,
about repentance and restoration. Like you,
mostly out of respect for my daughter. She's already lived with enough embarrassment.
just put everything front and center
And what's been taken
that
from
nobody
her
would have known
can never
about.
be given back.
I wouldn't even. You caused me to find this. I wasn't digging. You're out of sight, out of mind as much as possible. Until that actually makes a difference now. That you've equipped me to seek truth and leave people without excuse for pretending to not see
Find out
it
that I'm
anymore.
gonna be a grandma for the first time because if rape was hard enough.
Hey, you have a new nephew or niece slash grandchild.
But from my cousin.
That's great. You're at the right
wasn't
place for
being
that,
my
right?
cousin my first round.
I don't know if
There we go.
she's really
Hey,
pregnant. I
thank
don't know
you.
if she's really pregnant or anything like that yet, guys.
Bring
This
it
is my
up.
daughter. I'm not happy about any of that, but I just gotta trying to figure out what is going on with the madness
And
before
I
worrying
pray
about.
for
I mean,
Aaron.
this is out of my hands. Like I never surrendered
and
anything.
Victoria and their baby.
My kids ultimately decided to lie to the judge in a manner
And
that,
I pray for Adam
from there was nothing I could do for them.
to properly repent. If he is actually repentant, to actually repent for the wrongs that have been done. And to get help for that mother and her 6-year-old. Because from
Who has their daughter get raped and can even think about whether or not the head of the cult repents and becomes everything that they thought they were from YouTube? And how does your daughter get raped and is expecting your nephew or niece any day now, and you're concerned about some other lady and her 6-year-old child? shouldn't somebody else worry about that lady at that point? Don't you have something more important to be concerned about? That something that should be within your sphere of influence? How much more devastation has to come to my children, bitch, before you realize that you need to quit pretending and get them back to a safe place, out that you're not fit. Show's over. Let them go. You can go fool whoever you want to. Let them go and act like they were stolen from you. They were kidnapped or lies. Come on now. You can make up something for that just as much as anything else. They're getting old enough that they're not going to be an income tax return for you much longer. You don't even get a return when you don't work and can't claim them. I guess you're letting somebody else claim it. Oh. Oh. Yes, 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 yes. She's not working. She doesn't get to get anything from the kids for taxes, which means she has cooperated with somebody else or arranged with somebody else. Or had intentions to. And something has fallen apart. There's more than she doesn't care about Adam as a person. She's having to try to protect herself from exposure of some sort. And she still has some other kind of vested interest in something that's out of place. I guarantee you she did not sit there and let the ability to claim those kids get away from her. But had I seen this sooner, I should have put it to the test. Never mind. Or no, never mind. I can't. I was going to say it because I am the legitimate parent, but I haven't. I mean, child support doesn't count, I guess. I don't think. Not by default, not without prior arrangement. So never mind. I don't know. Never mind. I think I could have claimed them, but okay. Technically, according to the divorce decree, because it wasn't modified with her custodyship, technically I'm still the one that by court order can claim them anyways. But I've not tried it. It's legitimate for the parent that has them to claim them. I didn't try to first one look there. It was never about that for me, but still. Anyways,
My perspective and my personal witness,
but Allison no longer comes with any income
he
for her.
helped her in that situation. He supported her in that situation. He okayed what she did. He was her headship. We all knew that.
Okay.
She had the biggest.
What is this to her? So it took her a long time to speak up. What took her a long time to speak up about? Because
Not righteous. Not true.
excuse me, one might think it would be the situation with her daughter. But based on watching this play out, one would be wrong.
So
She wanted to say something about this other lady and her child to him all this time and didn't know how to word it. How's this even come up? She's already been.
I think that's all of the important things
Yeah, she just now discovered she's been going on for 45 minutes.
for now. If you feel led to go to Parable of the Vineyard, pray about it and watch your children closely.
Wow.
And as much as everyone loves my cousin, because I love
How does a place need a warning like that?
my cousin.
And you spend time out of this
I taught him how to
53
touch.
minutes devastated that the leader is not everything you wished he were.
These curses need to be broken, and they're not broken by being silent.
I died of
They're
sis.
not broken by sitting here and hiding and not wanting to upset the apple
Can
cart.
sorry guys, I gotta watch that again. I mean, I've
You
seen
know
it.
what
I've
upset
seen it. I knew
means?
she was gonna say it, but I just
These curses need to be broken, and they're not broken by being silent. These curses are not broken by sitting here and hiding and not wanting to upset the apple cart. You know what upset means? You tip it over and whatever's inside of it comes out.
did I not go.
Something can be upset in a bad way or in a good way. Depends on what's inside.
I won't say I've seen it
Just
though.
make sure what's inside is
I
clean.
tied his shoes.
And before looking for any other wives,
This is
make sure the one you have is happy.
that's random, isn't it? Is there something to it there? Is she supposed to be the side bitch that it didn't work out?
Abuse in many types of relationships, and a lot of these men that were speaking up in defense of Adam did not live at Tomahawk. And I'm telling you, you guys, I lived there, and it was a completely different situation than Shabbat Station.
Plural marriage is never about love. There's
Okay.
love's such a big commitment
all
that
over the
there's just
place,
no way that
right?
you're fully devoted to one and you've got so much spare
Felt
capacity
it
you
was
need
time to
an
at least
additional one.
speak up on these things, and I'm finally in a position to do so. The place we've been living for the last, well, since June, first week of June, when we found a place that was not comparable to the vineyard, and we were able to get there by ourselves. It did not have utilities, and it should have been condemned. So I haven't even
How does
had
that work?
lights week of June. Been living for the last
When did she start mumbling here? I mean,
to speak up on these things.
I think she started speaking about something she didn't mean to get into.
I'm finally in a position to do so. The place we've been living for the last, well, since June. First
6
week of
months.
June, when we found a place
Almost 7 months,
that
I
was
guess.
not comparable to the vineyard, and we were able to get there.
Bearable to live in?
That was not
Or
comparable to the vineyard, and we were able to get there
oh wait a minute, something to the vineyard.
week of June, when we found a place that was not comparable to the vineyard, and we were able to get there by ourselves.
Oh. Found a place that was not parable of the vineyard. Okay. Yeah, one would hope you wouldn't go back there. But okay, so then I don't know, it's just weird. Like okay, so it's not parable of the vineyard. I mean I don't know who would have assumed it was, but anyways, but then she describes this wonderful place.
It did not have utilities, and it should have been condemned. So I haven't even had.
It did not have utilities, it should have been condemned. Wait a minute. Or is she trying to say that about parable of the vineyard? Hang on, let me stop this music because she starts mumbling. It's because she's clearly realizes she's saying too much, trying to wrap things up without digging a bigger hole. Not doing a good job of it, I don't think.
The vineyard, and we were able to get there by ourselves. It did not have utilities, and it should have been condemned. So I haven't even had
The place.
lights
Yeah, okay.
enough to be able to record anything. I did try a few times. We've been on the struggle bus, y'all.
How many of you want to hear your ex-wife, who has custody under completely and totally false pretexts, somehow successfully manipulated your kids to, like, beyond comprehension, and want to hear them talk about they found a place that doesn't have electricity and should have been condemned. We've been on the struggle bus, y'all, and then we get to find out about these wonderful buckets that it has.
Hey, but you know what? I've never been more grateful for buckets. Bucket showers, bucket toilets, buckets for trash cans. We had a lot of buckets, and I was thinking.
She always was talking about having a composting toilet one day, tiny house, living off the land, composting toilets. So I guess she's practicing composting using straw and stuff to make buckets work. I hope they have safe drinking water somehow, some way.
Thankful for that.
I hate to hear this for my children, but it's an I told you so moment. I'm not at all surprised. I don't know what to make of them staying the course other than, I don't know if they feel trapped. I don't know why they stay the course. I don't know if they're continuing to be kept under a spell. I don't know that. I don't know how they went to such a shitty ass life. And I haven't. But my girls they had their own agendas or were raised to have an agenda and stuff like that. My boys have never had a word with me since I last saw them. Ethan gave me a finger in a picture that was sent to me, but supposedly he was just flipping off the camera he claims he was just to Olivia or something. He was flipping off the camera for fun when I reacted to it. And I was like, well, I told her, I don't care what he's saying. I haven't had a word with him, and that's the signal he's sending. I'm going to take it at what it is, and they never tried to clarify. Whatever their place is, they got to work that out themselves. I'm still here, but I'm not here to I'm not fixing to try to win over anybody with any bizarre agenda. If they don't want to be family, they don't have to be family. My love is unconditional. Whether or not there's a legitimate way to have action with that love is another story. And so far, the answer to that is no. And the ones that made that no is not Tricia, it's the kids. Now, Tricia is behind them making it no somehow, some way, but I don't know how that fully came together. The manipulation was, of course, it was going to be there, but to go from manipulation to make life with her seem tempting, to go from that to lying and zero relationship with me whatsoever. I mean, the initial manipulation involved that they were going to, I think they were supposed to go to Washington and have access to motorcycle trails. They would each have their own room, and then she would be able to put them on a plane once a month to me or some crap like that. I mean, my God, no restraint on her lives. I mean, and my kids are straight A students. I can't comprehend how this manipulation played out so effectively. But I mean, I know when court was done, she told the judge they didn't need anything of theirs. And each of the boys had 20 pairs of shoes. Allison had 20 something different branded or banned shirts. Those things are 20 something bucks a piece, I think, on average. Where Tricia got this money for this stuff, I don't know. I mean, we are talking about the same woman that doesn't want to work now, doesn't want to be responsible. She was sleeping out of her car for a period during that time, apparently, when she showed up. Such a bizarro stuff. anyways, but now it's not. There's. It was bad enough when she told the other guys a story about this place that they were at for the scriptures thing was too small for, like it's a 1-bedroom place that she took, that 2 families were in. And apparently she had a bed budget and claimed that the cheapest new bed she could find was like $600. So she let Clinton pick out a camper for $600 and justified using this bed budget that they were giving to buy that camper or whatever. And then supposedly they were going to be able to take that with them or whatever, but she bought him a camper so he could have a room. So you can just imagine a camper that you can buy for $600. It's going to be rough. And, for camping or whatever, it's fine, but a kid having a $600 camper serve as their bedroom. And in Arkansas, like, severe weather country and stuff, that is not safe. Like, my kids are in so much danger now. Like, I'm grateful that they're alive, but now I realize that we're not out of the woods with them. Not at all. And then she's allowing Allison to get raped, apparently. And Allison's got some serious issues that she's more concerned about protecting herself than letting Allison get the help that she needs. There's zero shits given about these kids, guys. Tricia's always about herself, and she's about trying to cause me pain, trying to make sure that I don't win in a game I wasn't trying to play. The divorce is her game. They say it takes 2. In this case, it took 1. I mean, I'm on board with it now. There ain't no fucking way you're not going to convince me that I have to take her back under no terms. Yeah, fine. If you want to say like, no, I'll own it now, but I had nothing to do with when it happened. And thank God there was no way to like disrupt the process. At first I felt like this isn't right because I thought she was having some kind of medical hormonal breakdown of some sort that she like no like, and I was devastated that like she filed a fictitious protective order and I've worked hard to have my response to that. I'm at court. That's keeping me from having any access to my kids without having a lawyer or anything. And I can't even try to arrange any visits or anything. I mean, now I've learned enough. I went through it. I know now that in hindsight, like, there wasn't nothing good going to come out of it. The judge got it right, but it was also wrong. There was no merit to the protective order. There was nothing proven. There was zero evidence of any kind submitted. There was no discussion of it whatsoever. He simply asked at the first hearing whether either one of us intended to file for divorce. When Tricia said yes, he said sometimes these things are just necessary, and he granted the protective order. I went from, I think I missed I was away from my kids for 1 or 2 nights. I think 2 nights, and it was for a training I had to do in Oklahoma City as a mechanic. That was it. Other than that, I'd been there. I'd never been away from my kids their entire lives. And then, with no warning, I was blindsided while being off to work, told that I couldn't come home. And I was told that there was already a protective order and all this stuff, which is not the way Oklahoma operates, but it is apparently what we learned when the same process was used against my brother-in-law up in Spokane, was the way Washington operated. Like, she was able to get a protective order that was immediately in effect. But it turned out there was nothing preventing me from going by, but it didn't really matter much because that wasn't too hard to have be the next step. But I did not. I was cut off from my kids without warning. Had no idea how their world was turned upside down, how they were handling it, what they were being told, how they were processing it, you know. And of course, Tricia was trying to be as cruel as she could about it, claiming that they didn't even notice I was gone. Well, first off, when you have security and you expect both your parents to be there and someone's not in the room, you're not, the kids, you're not like, are they ever coming back? When you've got a dad that works, so some morning he's already at work while you're at work. So anyways, but you know, she's trying to make it sound like, oh, they don't even notice you're gone. You know, just really tried to paint me as some kind of piss poor, never involved father, which could not have been further from the truth. And yeah, just as cruel and heartless and tough as she could be. Accidentally sent her an email for something I was trying to send to myself for potential future reference. And she sure tried to get them on the case to arrest me for violating the protective order. There was no legitimate attempt to communicate. There was no harassment involved. It was literally an accidental click. And I didn't cooperate. You know, they're calling me, and I'm like, well, yeah, well, it sucks for you because I'm not driving there. I explained what it was, and nothing ever came of it. But they were certainly pursuing it. Had I been there or met with them, they would have arrested me, apparently, because it was self-evident that it wasn't anything sinister. And she was all for it.
And keep an eye out. Really pay attention, and if you see something, maybe you should speak up. I know that Adam knew that Aaron and Victoria were struggling with cleanliness and taking care of their home, their camper that was borrowed, and didn't counsel them. Instead, he paid a couple of other people to clean it up for them because they told him that they had just been too busy and gotten behind, and now they were overwhelmed. So he...
What's this to her? Is this not the very first thing she's getting into after talking about the fact that her children and her are blessed beyond belief because they have buckets to sit in? So she's at a place that's not even fit to live in. Probably can't be cleaned up if it's cleaning it is not even an option, probably, because it's not a place that is cleanable. And somehow Adam, again, needs to be called out for not making a big deal out of them being messy. And how does their cleanliness even matter when we're talking about somebody that raped your daughter? Like, God, I hope somebody watches this that can't help but try to comment, speculate, comment down below. Surely she didn't say this for no reason at all, right? So somebody must be picking up what I'm failing to pick up, and that there's some means by which this makes perfect logical sense. If you clean out the inside of the camper, the outside will be clean too. That's a parable, right? You know, if you dunk the whole thing in a sink of water. You know, it'd be cool. That'd make a good YouTube video if you could make a gigantic sink and take a lot of dish soap. And me saying that and quipping about that, if I really like ran with that idea, that's about the equivalent of
Paid somebody to clean it, which is all well and good, but that's.
I mean, nobody watched to this
that's
point.
a lot. They were not just overwhelmed. They never keep anything clean. They've lived with me 3 or 4 times.
How petty is
Before
this at this
terrible,
point?
and of course after.
How petty?
And they don't keep a clean home. They don't take care of their daughter. They lived with us for 2 months and she wasn't bathed. And yes, I did try.
So here's what I'm thinking. Well, I don't know. Oh, here's what I'm starting to think. I don't know if I can connect the dots to what's going on here, but I think she's let it slip. The issue is that Aaron has apparently learned some of the truth about her from Allison. And if Aaron learned it, Adam learned it too. And the last thing she can afford to allow to happen is for them to be fully and freely believed and trusted and credible when they share that information. And so maybe at the time of this, she may be wanting like Aaron to have no choice but to head back to Washington. I don't know what his options are up there, his family. But sounds to me like she's trying to make the case not to criticize Adam for a failure to lead over somebody's chores, but she's trying to make a case for somebody to trying to help put it in people's head that they don't, that regardless, she wants, if somebody doesn't buy into this, or perhaps somebody doesn't have children that are at risk so they can kind of give them a chance, she's trying to get it so that nobody, like, the whole point is that they won't get options to stick around with anybody else. That they won't, you know, that's what I'm gathering. That we're throwing him under the bus, and that's casting shade and water and diluting down some apparently irrefutable proof. And I don't doubt that that Allison could have a breakdown, like going through all this stuff. And I laid it on Allison thick, by the way. I think it's on my phone that's broken, but I think I'll be able to find a way to recover the text exchanges. But I was brutal with her about her being a dropout. I had no proof that she was a dropout. I didn't need it. I didn't need it. I knew what Tricia was about. So I kept telling her she was a dropout. And I can't remember what her excuse was for not showing me her diploma. I think she did end up going on to say she had a GED or whatever, but we're talking straight A students, routinely students of the month. Let's go back to I'm going to try and go back to right there. One picture coming out blurry. These are just cut, these are saved from Facebook, so they're not the best resolution for this purpose. But, and this is a slideshow, it's just going to keep going. But anyways, again, that's my last kind of my last group photo of them. That's with all the kids involved, I think, really. And it's a beautiful photo. It's great. I even redid the photo with just Matthew at the same spot. And this became the traditional spot for us to take the first day of school photos. So whatever it meant to get to skip school and get out of that grind and hide from whatever she was hiding from, whatever that easy road meant, whatever was compelling there. Allison's now a young adult. Those chickens were coming home to roost, and now she's at the point where it would be so much better off if she had had a legitimate diploma. It would have been so much better off had she been in a stable home. And so, yeah, I imagine the danger is real, that the truth is in very serious danger of erupting to the surface. Wait, I don't want to start that again.
I tried, and I became the mean person because I was the one yelling at them for not taking care of their baby. But I was worried. The back of her head was flat from not being picked up. She was.
I was the mean person because I was the one yelling at them for not taking care of their baby. Like, I was accused of yelling just for speaking with a louder voice. Like, I don't know. I've like, if it came across as a yell, it was not intended. But she literally self-describes herself as the one yelling at them. Like, who yells at somebody for not taking care of their baby? That sounds like somebody annoyed that somebody's not taking care of their baby. That doesn't sound like somebody concerned about the baby. Sounds like somebody annoyed that they're not taking care of a baby and they're yelling. That's where I'd see yelling coming into play. Very revealing.
8 months old and had no muscle structure in her arms. It was like trying to pick up a newborn.
Again,
And
the child
my
of the guy
daughter
that she
gave
alleges
her
raped
a bath
her daughter.
because she hadn't had one in 2 months and was waking up in pee every day. They would just leave her laying there. She wouldn't even cry.
I hate that people can do this shit, and that there's other people that they actually. How bad is your cult when you can describe this shit and expect other people to be agreeing with you that they are horrible? And you'd have zero fear of anybody saying, where were you to make sure that this child was safe? You were witnessing this stuff enough to tell us this, and yet it persisted in your presence? Should real concern for that baby mean something's going to give somewhere? But at the end of the day, you're not going to be the one enabling that child to live in neglect. If you can't get them to take care of it, and if you can't do it yourself, that they got to get out, at the very least, and hope that somehow gets them to a better spot for the baby. But I mean, I don't know. It's not like there's a solid answer, but to do nothing, but then complain about it later, that's worse. And that happens all the time. And all throughout this, listening to this I was exhausted with this freaking cult bullshit. The Hallelujah Scriptures. I used to have a copy, guys. I didn't. This is how I felt about Hebrews by the time I got my burning and shafting and saw the true fruits of everybody. That Bible wasn't worth burning. I threw it in the bottom of a very nasty dumpster to get rid of that. It landed in some goo. And that was the way to get rid of that Bible. I don't give a shit whether the charity behind it was good or not. The religion that elevates that shit was trash. And it needed out of my life. And not in an honorable way. No burning it for me. So, anyways, but throughout this stuff, well, anyways, for that, okay, sorry, I distracted myself. The point is, like, she's making this, trying to garner sympathy for their situation, this single family getting kicked out and mistreated and stuff. Like, the whole way, it's blatant failure on her part to be a legitimate parent, to handle her business. She's a mother of 4 kids, a single mother of 4 kids. And she squanders her car, squanders her driver's license. She gets them out to a place where she's solely dependent on people who are like, oh, sure, we'll do it. And the only issue is that the people that gave her a chance to do something for a living had enough. There's probably more to what went down than just them being bad people. Not that they aren't just bad people, but still, guys, what's in it for them to not have such a quick turnaround? I mean, if they were still wanting to do the job and they were able to be there still while being, I mean, there was a reason they needed to be out, and it wasn't because they weren't doing the job at all, I don't think. Or maybe it was. Then they needed to be out. I mean, whether, period. I mean.
And we do think that she probably has a form of autism, but she has primarily been neglected.
Who's we?
Except with.
Who's we? So whose combo of opinions coming in to diagnose their baby?
There's some concerns, y'all.
So you say.
He's unrepentant of his past. He's unrepentant of what happened this past year.
And there's no telling, is this Adam or Aaron? I would think Aaron. Contextually, it should be Aaron, but I'm telling you, this roller coaster ride, this is freaking make-believe. Well, duh. We're in the land of make-believe, pretending to be reality. And when you try to perceive it as reality as pretending to be, it throws you off at one cliff, followed by the next cliff. You're like, whoop, the road doesn't curve, it just turns, and you go straight off. I'm like, wait, what? Huh?
And he's also going around, I guess, trying to preemptively make people not believe me. And I literally don't care if you believe me.
Okay, I'm guessing this is Aaron. Not believe her for what? Preemptively try to make sure that you don't believe her about him raping Allison, I'm guessing. But why is the court of public opinion even the place for this? Look, you don't have to expose what happened to your daughter, as you've proven here, to try to do the right thing regarding other people that could be in danger, if that was even the issue here. There's enough that's out there. There's been enough people raising concerns, and there's a video that shows enough of the fact that there's enough people at that place that don't give a flying fuck about anything but protecting their cult. That protecting kids is as simple as saying, this place is a no-go zone. It's not the parable of the vineyard, it's the pedo of the vineyard. Or the parable of the pedo. When it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and then your daughter got treated like it was a duck. It's a duck. Tell people it's a duck. It's a pedo duck. If that doesn't keep them safe, nothing was going to. Who cares who believes who about what actually happened? It's nobody else's business what's happened to Allison's privates and her future and all of that. It wasn't their business to protect her. It's not their business to come to terms with what she's facing now. Shouldn't be your concern whether or not anyone believes you, because they should not be hearing about it from you. They should be hearing about it from the law enforcement and whoever else is going to investigate this shit. Assuming you can get Allison to make a report herself, since she's an adult.
I know that I am an overcomer by the blood of the Lamb, the word of my testimony, and not loving my life when faced with death. Because I really thought this was going to kill me. I cried so hard when I got my daughter back and saw the condition she was in. I literally lost eyesight. I was blind in this eye. I didn't know you could cry yourself blind, but I did.
I don't buy it. I mean,
She was so broken.
she was so broken, yeah, probably.
And
What? Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm having a pause here. I've got decades of having to deal with this fake bitch. But there's a lot that's completely unfathomable. I don't even know if I'll be able to bring myself to press play again. I probably can. I haven't made this about me too much, about what I've been going through since going through all this stuff. But sorry guys, this isn't for effect. Hopefully you can see I'm not trying to fake tears or anything, but it's the cusp of, it's definitely I'm not even feeling it. I just know what's right around the corner of what I'm about to say. So I'm not feeling it. I'm not like stuck emotionally at this moment, but I know right around the corner. I'm scared to go there. Someone's watching. I don't know who it is, but I'm sorry. I look like everybody that fakes this shit. I'm not trying to look like that. I'm literally. You can watch this later to see what I eventually get around to saying. I should be able to do this. It doesn't feel like it's weird. It's weird. I'm kind of, like I said, I'm detached from them. The actual emotion's not there. It's like I somehow like I know what's around the corner from what I'm trying to say. And I don't know if I can round that corner properly. Fudge. Okay, I've been having some issues from CPTSD, and so this isn't quite that, but this it's kind of going the way that goes. At least the primary thing that's going on. Like I said, I'm not over here trying to act like I'm overwhelmed with emotion at the moment. I'm not. But around the corner, like intellectually, I haven't fully formed it. I know what's around the corner here. And I paused that, and I don't know. Okay, let's hope I can just say this. I'm just trying to be matter of fact about it. I'm trying to be intellectual about it. Just logically speaking, I hereby surmise that, sorry, this how do you see your child completely wrecked and devastated and victimized and in a mental health crisis and all of that, and know just how absolutely 100% responsible you are for that state of them, and not feel that? So now I'm scared to press play to see whether this seems like it's really hitting or whether she's faking this also. And also, I think in the middle of that somewhere, in that hypothetical, is a state that I don't want to know about or have hit, because I'm not in a position to do anything about it. And I don't want anything bad to happen to my kids. I don't have any hard feelings towards them. I'm blunt with them and making it seem like stuff is at a standstill and cold. It's only because it's out of necessity, waiting for them to make it no longer a necessity. That's it. Waiting for them to get to a point where they are no longer an extension of her, trying to steal anything else from me. That's it. If they want it, it's one day, provided we all live long enough, one day there'll be a day where it's as if nothing ever happened. I've got no axe to grind. I've got nothing. There's nothing in me that wants them to pay or suffer anything. They already have. They've already knowing the thoughts and the plans that I had for them. I don't want to equate myself with God, but I am a loving father, and that's who God is supposed to be also. That parallels happen should be expected, not something extravagant and extraordinary. That's the way it's supposed to work. Literally, the only thing different right now between I almost said the parable of the sower, so it's the parable of the sower, but what's the one? Anyways, the parable where the kids want their stuff and they squander it and they end up in the pigsty. their moms got them to a place where having buckets is awesome. That sounds like a pigsty to me. It's pretty damn close. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say they compare at this point. And if it, if I weren't, if I could be comfortable that I'm not in danger myself, they could absolutely come running. I would meet them with open arms, no hesitation. But an issue is the safety of myself and my son from whatever she might be plotting. Like I said, this stuff being made on display where I've got something concrete that she can't say she didn't say anymore. I'm hoping it'll be a game changer. Maybe it is my way forward to be able to make something happen without having to wait for them to come around sometime after they're on their own, which is a horrible proposition because she's not setting them up to ever be independent. They are not about to get driver's licenses and cars and get on their feet and be free of her anytime soon. And that was something I was aware of. So having to have them be independent of her before we had a chance was not cool, was not great. I didn't know how this was going to play out. But I'm not going anywhere, God willing. Or I might. That's another thing I've been aware of. I may never see him again in my life. May not have long. One of my best friends died at 44. Unexpectedly. I think there was a little bit more that's a little less than just complete surprise. I think some drugs may have been involved, but still, it was still unexpected. It's a combo of drugs and age related, I think. This past 2 days before Christmas, 3 days before Christmas, my stepbrother died, 1 year older than me. Probably some drugs involved with that too, but still, mortality is not completely lost. Mid-40s. Late 40s. Oh my God. All right. So anyways, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that they make it, especially while they're being subjected to this stuff. They're being subjected to crazy people. They're being subjected to unhealthy living situations. They're being subjected to stress. They're subjected to cults that are full of people that have their own agendas and they rewrite their religious beliefs to their own interest. And they're being tossed to and fro by that. They've got a mom that has her own interest first. It's not a good place for them to be in. There's nothing guaranteed. So this video that I'm taking all this time with may very well be the miracle, the way forward that I couldn't fathom before. I didn't know this was what was needed. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Anyways, pretty wild. Okay. I'm feeling pretty. Oh, I haven't eaten.
Because I
Holy
really
crap.
thought this was gonna kill me.
Okay,
I cried
I'm gonna go
so
for some more
hard
junk food. Just the quickest thing I could
when I
grab.
got my daughter back and
Holy
saw
crap.
the
That's why I'm
condition
about to
she
faint.
was
I've drank
in.
some
I
coffee.
literally lost eyesight. I was blind in this eye.
Okay.
I
I have a
didn't
wireless
know you
headset.
could crack
So.
yourself blind, but I did. It was so broken. And I gave him that place of authority. And I will never do that again.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
And this teaching in the Hebrew
Was I left of field there? I guess I was. I mean, I guess, I'm convinced that the issue here is that some truth got out that she's been very easily, by getting the kids on her side and having me out of the picture, she was scot-free. There was no, best she could tell, there was no risk to her whatsoever of accountability for her true actions in the past. And she's at a place where she's not being accountable for being a horrible mother now. And now I'm wondering, like, how did I get there? How did I think she was on the cusp of a devastating reality check that something would break through about what she's actually done to our children? I guess I wasn't expecting her to suddenly try to get real about what it should mean if Aaron in fact raped Allison, and I guess that is finally, like, I mean, it's not like I've been like, I don't know, like that's, anyway, to get to the end, somehow we went from trying to call them out for their cleanliness or whatever, which is not uncommon for people to be irresponsible and unclean. I don't know how that enters the equation with being the molester of your daughter, but it did. So I really didn't think we were going to go from their cleanliness back to what it meant for him to be a rapist. That's not funny. This ride has been so ridiculous. Because I think what's really at issue, and the reason why it's suspect of whether or not he did what, the truth could be that there was some molestation involved or something, that there's something inappropriate involved, but it might be a leap that it actually goes to a pregnancy and stuff. I don't know. I don't have a vested interest in who's guilty of what. It is what it is, and I had nothing to do with how it got there, and nothing in my power that I failed to exercise on that could have made a difference. I just know right now the source is a very sketchy, unreliable source that has demonstrated she clearly has some other driving force behind this unprecedented exposure than the daughter's situation. And as she's gone on and the way this all played out, it's even more apparent that had this been about Allison being raped, this would have been kept out of the public eye. So that she wouldn't have to risk criticism for her behavior. So it's not this whole fiasco that she's created here is because of whatever came out when Allison was at the mental health hospital. When you've got a professional saying in black and white definite terms that she's not suffering from psychosis, that means the crazy stuff she's saying is fact. At least absolute fact in her mind. And I know that if something's surfacing like that, it's going to be about what she did. Something surfacing under those terms and a professional is I'm in therapy. You don't get black and white answers for stuff like that as a matter of course. That's massive. And there's only one way for a professional to be at a point of such a black and white, solid, absolute declaration. That means that I don't know what was said, so I mean, okay, and I'm assuming that at least that portion is true, but I think it is. I don't know where she would have been motivated to make it up. I think this is what makes it concerning for her. That I think she's trying to discredit the people who can report what was said so confidently. That's what I'm operating under, but assuming that's all really what's going on, then what would have been reported is going to be some of what was in that email I shared. And maybe something far worse than what's in that email. Running down a list of things that have been reported is not the same thing as reliving the experience in real time, not having to word it and describe it, but experiencing it. And I can tell you this. Well, maybe this has been, if somebody can't really follow me and they think that I'm going too far on that, maybe this is why. Because the abuse she was doing it makes no sense. Why? There's no way in hell I would have allowed that to happen. While I was there, she gets rid of me, and what she wants to do with freedom from accountability is abuse the kids in ways that serve no purpose, make no sense. Why? What is her malfunction? And my kids' counselors said that. Something to this effect. I didn't quite make that connection from it, I just made that connection right now. But they said what was disturbing is that ultimately, while it was abuse, each little thing was walking the line without crossing it. So each little individual speck of the abuse was not crossing the line based, and I'm sure that's still subjective somewhat, but the point was, I don't know how to describe that, but the point was how twisted it was that this wasn't, what she did to my kids wasn't okay. Let me not say what it wasn't, except for I think the contrast is kind of a better way to say this, but it was calculated and deliberate. And really that's it. So you got parents that were abused themselves, you got parents that are on drugs, you got parents that are just assholes. And then you've got Tricia, who was doing some really sick and twisted shit, messing with these kids' heads. And it was calculated.
Mic on. Mic feedback off. Charging battery. Mic on. Mic feedback off. Charging battery.
Was she abusing my kids as part of her way of getting to me? Because because I have come to speculate that she was exceedingly toxic and that my situation like defies people's imaginations because my integrity was real and my naivety was equally real. And so honestly, I don't think she knew what she was getting into when she married me. I think she thought I was talking the same bullshit game she was, and that I was just another religious person going to talk a good game and talk one good game, but actually play another one. I think there's actually a lot of, I'm not part of that, but I think there's a lot of understanding. People understand that it's just a game that people are playing. But I had real integrity, and I really let those principles dictate what we could and could not do. So imagine being totally fake and expecting to live happily ever after, having a partner in crime, and instead you just have to remain fake, and you're being held to a standard that you despise. So, I mean, so she was free to be evil finally, but she didn't have any resources, I guess, to go out and be. She didn't have anybody lined up to screw over. I was the only person she could be evil towards. Until her and Summer and Zach created other opportunities to go be evil towards people across the country. That's in due time may come out. Just what the information I got on them while they were out and about, raising hell, terrifying people. I literally was told that they were terrifying people, leaving them shaken. I don't doubt it. This isn't a freaking game. This woman should be in prison. When she surfaced, she should have been facing prison, not a shoe-in for fucking custody of my kids. But I couldn't find anybody with the integrity or true care to help. My best shot at protecting them was my lawyer, who made a mistake that I didn't catch. So I thought I had protections in place. I wasn't expecting her to turn up. I wasn't pursuing child support. I was at the point where I was pretty sure that she was just going to live like she's living now, indefinitely, where she wasn't going to be on the radar screen. It was a complete and total shock to get the letter. So I didn't even know there was a debit card issued to me when I got the letter saying child support had been collected. And when I was reading something earlier, hang on, that letter was in this envelope. Hang on. I don't recall whether, I don't know what I thought. I don't know what I thought when I found out this child support had been collected. I mean, I just don't remember. I'm pretty sure right from the get-go I knew by the amount that somebody else she was like claiming somebody else's kids. And she was with, Summer and James, who she was with, they'd had some kind of cockamamie excuse for why they couldn't claim their own kids. So it's probably them. Wait a minute. No, this is the pen letter. Let's see, this pen letter was dated April 19th. This is a copy of the letter. I don't know. I mean, it's still the letter. I don't know where the original is right now. Here's a letter, and then, yeah, okay, yeah. There it is, I think. So wait. Yeah, I think, okay. So yeah. See if this actually adds up. Anyways, yeah, this letter showed up. This one was dated April 20th. So the other one was dated a day earlier. Dear Mr. Reed, I'm writing in regards to the above named child support case. Our office has a payment that was applied to your debit card, but it appears the debit card has never been pinned. Please contact 1-888-401-9843 in order to pin your debit card. Once the card has been pinned, you will be able to access the payment. If you've never received the debit card, please contact the same number, 1-888-401-9843, and a new debit card will be mailed to you. Once you receive the card, please call them to pin the card. If you have any questions, please contact our office at the above listed numbers. So I didn't even know what was there. And then according to this, the initial amount was $2,089.49. And then there ended up being a payment collected in October, November, and December. Oh, payments plus past due each month. So she was working somewhere making actually decent money. Went from staying off grid, off radar to taking on a good paying job. And when she surfaced here, I think she was working in Cordoba maybe? But yeah. So in October 16, they collected 400. So the amount ordered was $417.50, and then the past due collected was $186.64 for 2 months in a row, and then past due collected in December alone was $488.71. But I think she pulled something off at 1.2 where she bounced. She was like had a bunch of payments. She somehow paid a bunch in advance, and then they all were returned. And that was one of the things. She pulled all kinds of stunts to not pay, especially when it came down to trying to put me in a spot that to try to gain advantage for the custody stuff. Anyways, yeah. So she's calculated. She's a calculated abuser. But she reached a point where she was content to have nothing more to do with the kids when it meant that she avoided paying child support. When she was keeping me in limbo, especially when she thought she was going to keep me from being able to get a divorce at all. She was content with that. And then when she got caught for child support, change of plans. She literally turned up claiming that I had disappeared with the kids or something. I mean, they found her, the intercept was while she was in Montana. And she still turns up and claims that this whole time she was looking for her children. How do you look for your kids in Oklahoma from Montana? How are you devastated? Your kids were taken from you, and how do you, if one of my kids went missing here, I would not and I would never relocate anywhere else in the country while trying to find them. That's the other thing. I mean, the truth was self-evident. It's maddening that so many people didn't give a fuck about it. However, this manipulation of the kids managed to be such a successful thing. The bottom line is there should have never been enough exposure for that to have been accomplished anyways. So Tricia's determined and she's not going to hold back if something opens up for her, but the bottom line is she had open doors that were first and foremost through the incompetence or the mistake of my lawyer. I'm not going to say incompetence. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's complicated, I guess, with that lawyer, but he clearly made a mistake. It's enough to say that. But then from there, I guess from there, the next biggest thing is corruption. Because the counselor that's supposed to be the neutral counselor ended up being full force helping bring about Tricia's agenda, coaching the kids. The kids were supposed to be in a spot where they couldn't be coached, manipulated, anything like that, and literally, instead of being in a spot where they couldn't be, they were in a spot where they were relentlessly. They were coached and all of that. Well, anyways, okay.
Roots movement about these women, about the women needing male headship.
Okay,
All
so
I've
this
seen
is
come
fake.
from it is abuse. The condition she was. I know that I am an overcomer by the blood of the Lamb, the word of my testimony, and not loving my life when faced with death. Because I really thought this was gonna kill me. I cried so hard when I got my daughter back and saw the condition she was in. I literally lost.
I'm gonna mute myself so I can eat something
I
before
was
I
blind
faint.
in the side.
Mic off.
You cry yourself blind, but I did. It was so broken.
Mic on.
You have to describe your emotion while you're experiencing it? I don't think so.
I gave him that place of authority. And I will never do that again. I will never. And this teaching in the Hebrew Roots movement about these women, about the women needing male headship, all I've seen come from it is abuse. So if there's anyone that starts talking to me about that again, or I'm not allowed to speak up in defense of my children because of my gender, I'm out. That is a harmful teaching. We have been harmed from it.
Religion is so stupid. Like, I mean, who's this even supposed to be for? Who's watching this failure of a mother and getting set free from believing that they have to let some other dude say that, like, oh, I don't have to let this guy have access to my children just because he claims that the Bible says I'm not fit to decide for myself? Who needs this woman's permission
Charge complete.
before they're free to be a good parent and not be a failure like her? The number one reason people aren't Hebrew fruits
By
is
Hallelujah
because of
and
Hebrew
by
fruits.
Parable of the Vineyard.
It's because of kind of common sense and watching what Hebrew fruits do,
I did not
as well as
intend
just
to
about
go
any
this
other
long. I thought
organized
I would
religion.
be able to hit the high points in 15 minutes and upload the video and be done. So, thank you for listening this far.
No, you're welcome. You're very welcome.
Thank you
Thank you for sending this much. I appreciate it, Tricia. This is the best
Kind
thing you've ever done for me,
Thoughts,
ever.
kind words, and prayers. And
Not the best reality, but it is reality, and you
if any of
finally
you are
gave me a
seeing red
chance
flags,
to hold
pay
you
attention
accountable to
them
it.
and be
I
sober.
appreciate it.
Whatever you do, be sober.
Okay, you know what? I am sober.
That was my biggest mistake. Most of the time that I had my cousin living
I have
with
two.
me because I was dealing with tumors, I was
See, I don't go flaunting to them like, oh yeah, like I got PTSD because of you or whatever, but I do. I go talk to them, but I'm in therapy, and it was just slow. I didn't just like rush to it because I'd already been through so much shit. I've already learned to forgive stuff, let it go. Like literally, for everything that they tried to do, I was already ahead of the game. My best case scenario was to not extend the injury unnecessarily. There was nothing, it didn't matter what happened to anybody else. What mattered was me carrying on with life when I finally had a chance. And it's really sucked to have such consequences, to have a life of their own when I could truly, for the first time in my life, be free from gaslighters and bullshit. I could have been free. And now, the things that I've suffered and the results I have from it are gaslighting me in the place of the people. Like, literally. And it's self-feeding. I'm at a point where, I mean, at first it just feels like there's some hesitation, but you know, I've never let anything keep me from doing what I need to do for my family or whatever. So I'm used to being tenacious. I'm used to not feeling it, but having to make it happen. And you know what I'm used to happening in those situations almost always? That I'm going to find some kind of rhythm, some kind of mindset, that it's a matter of not spending too much time on the hesitation and more time jumping in and breaking through. That doesn't happen now. And more than that, I like neutral out. If this PTSD, I mean, it's something very closely related. You know, I don't care what it's labeled. I just care about what I'm experiencing and how bad it sucks. Because to survive what I survived meant the sky was going to be the limit when all of that energy got to go towards moving forward instead of surviving. Made sense to me. But instead, I sometimes have trouble checking the mail, checking my email. I can't bring myself, I'm not in a position to take on any more bad news. Can't afford to risk it. Like, hey, I'm still functioning. I can't risk derailing that for today. It's real shit. And you know why it doesn't get mentioned? Why I haven't, I mean, besides, I'm not out for sympathy or whatever, but I'm experiencing stuff that I just see where it would be helpful to tell my story, let people learn from my story or whatever, and get feedback from other people that can relate, stuff like that. Part of me doesn't want to give anyone that was trying out to get me the satisfaction of knowing that they had some success. But did they really have some success when their goal was complete destruction and that's not what they got gained? Probably not, but they'd probably take what they can get. But anyways, the real reason I haven't said much about it before even determining whether I'd want to or not want to for other reasons is because anything that's debilitating while I'm a single parent is something that seems like it could be something exploited by somebody, especially like Tricia, who's already gamed the system successfully before. And so that's why I haven't been transparent on this channel. And I still wouldn't be, except for right now, that's how much of a gift I think this whole black and white in her own words, by her own video, published to her own account, is. This fiasco that I've been watching and commenting on and dumbfounded by, how can a person even, how is it even, I mean, not that I haven't been completely shocked and dumbfounded before, but really, like, how can this fiasco surface and cause me any trouble now? She can't say she didn't say this. I mean, ultimately, best case scenario is she's so damn stupid that she got Allison raped. But it's not going to be the best case scenario. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty damn dumb too. But I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Her malfunction that's on display with this is. I can't say it's. She's always been so. I don't know. I guess. I guess I don't know. This is so freaking stupid. I guess while I was in the midst of it, trying to get people to care about the truth and make the case for the truth and stuff like that, it's entirely possible that this whole time I never had an opportunity to see how stupid it was. So this might be special, it might be routine. I don't know. I've never had, like I said, I've never had the luxury of being able to pay too close of attention to whether or not every argument a fraud is making makes sense. And I don't, okay.
Using cannabis
Excuse me.
for pain.
Let's let her close us out. Let's let Sister Tricia close us out.
All the red flags just went right by. Never again. Parents, stay sober and watch.
The second time she said stay sober, I was thinking she kind of meant the religious lingo. Oh, sorry, I didn't really have the slideshow still going over her face. I forgot that that's what people watched on. But parents, stay sober and watch.
Show them like her.
Shalom will make him. Oh yeah, that's right. She did say she loved Hebrew. I almost forgot. It was so overwhelmingly self-evident. Shall we go on to the orange Jesus? Probably on par. All right. I'm gonna wrap that up there. There's be more coming, including this. Instead of letting this string out, I'm too tired right now. I would honestly, I'd be very eager to knock it out, but I really didn't want this to take all evening today. But I'm hoping to get this to a point so that I can function, and then this can just be something I chip away at. Got other things I was trying to do, but this is really important. Oh no, I probably will be back. I think you're going to do a cheater edit. Well, I don't have to stream it. There's no point in streaming it, but I can do a cheater edit, recording and pausing. I don't know if I'll do it tonight, but literally I'm going to have like looks like I can produce a 5-minute or less video of her. What's that one? Deciding to trust him, giving him permission, having him be the one that would take care of her, so whatever, all that stuff, and then have him turn around and be the, like, it'll be interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to take a break from this particular video, and whoever watched, hopefully you're somebody that values truth. Hopefully, maybe even somebody where this is relevant, you can make a difference happen. Like, I mean, I don't know what kind of danger he poses to others. I think her biggest threat and danger is to my kids and possibly to herself. And mostly I'm thinking along the lines of inadvertently crossing the wrong person kind of danger to herself, because she's definitely lost touch with reality and stuff throughout this so many times. Anyways, I'm going to wrap that up right there. I don't know if I'm doing any more or what I'm doing. There's part of me that just would eagerly want just truth and sensibility to be what I'm tired. I shouldn't be yakking anymore. Anyways. Well. Anyways. Whoever's watching, I appreciate it. I've had people periodically stopping in and then going. This isn't meant to grow my channel. This was never what this channel was intended for. Like I said, I know that they're all aware of this channel. I'm not sure how they initially discovered it, but it was never an attempt to, like, it is what it is. But, and then, for the most part, I don't care. But on the other hand, it's got to be sure that Think of what I'm going to say before I say it when I'm yawning that much and stuff. Anyways. Okay, I just got to press the stop button. And hopefully I got to wrap something up somehow, some way, pretty soon. I need some sleep. The hope is that this will help going forward. So, anyways, yeah, it is what it is. And, yeah. Probably the best case scenario that I can think of is that somehow I help make it clear to my kids that there is a bridge to get back to me somehow, some way. It's not going to be laid out in black and white for them, but it'd be great to somehow get to a point where they can recognize that sincerity will bring them. Oh my God, I don't even know if that's okay. All right, I'm out. I completely lost where I was trying to go. I am out. Oh. Bye-bye, Orange Jesus. As soon as there we go, shove myself to the door. Here we go.